We are good to go. Mic is working. How's it going, everybody? Been around 2 weeks, and we are in the final twilight stages of the grand campaign. As I have spawned the crisis. It's randomized, so I don't know which one we're getting, which I hope won't cause issues. There was just a crash, that's why it's a little bit of a longer wait today, but I think we are looking pretty good here. I did a couple other optimizations. It's gonna run slow, so we'll see how this goes. I think we're probably looking at 2 or 3 more sessions, but with the game speed, I'm not too sure what kind of have to see. So I want to play out kind of the final crisis, given the galaxy is more or less in the final stages of the galactic age. Hope everyone is doing very well. Johnny, I did see, you don't have to spam. I did see the request you made. We'll get to that. So currently we are in the presidency of Angelo Torres. He is of the Torres dynasty, one of the grandchildren of Solomon. And in a presidency, I believe, preceding Bonanukshin, I think it was, who was the military commander, the ground force general who led the war against the purifiers not too long ago. Angelo Torres was an admiral prior to his ascension to the presidency and has been fairly popular. He ran on his family name as well as just generally going towards a less quite hostile foreign policy that Bonanukshin had compared to others. She was pretty aggressive and not the best diplomat overall. We are in a very good situation. The UNE is one of, if not the strongest nations in the galaxy. The others comparable are those who remember the Dark, who we have fought with over the years, as well as the Empire of the Dying Sun, one of the other human civilizations in the galaxy, who is also very, very potent. There are at present 3 major federations which kind of define galactic politics, which is our own United Nations of Space, which has grown quite large. Us, the other major large members, are the Gabazol, our friends from the early part of the game, the Architrix, the Salvation Protocol, the Sinus Genius Locus, etc. The other really major federation in the galaxy is, find them very quickly here, I think Bliss is a part of them. The Mutual Assistance Coalition, which kind of rose more or less in response to the power of the United Nations of Space and the collective military and economic power they wield, as well as the political influence within the galactic community. Now, they don't always vote on the same lines. It's not like a unified political bloc by any means, but they are pretty potent, and that kind of rose as a response. The Galactic Khan also did rise up in the north of the galaxy and has become quite strong, having already subjugated one of the great nations of the galaxy in the Tessadrian Union, which did fall to it, is now a satrapy. We went through the L cluster, now controlling almost all of the L cluster, including the terminal egress, giving us really unparalleled access to the majority of the galaxy and one of the most important choke points in the galaxy in terms of military and just general power beyond that. The galactic community has been around for quite a while at this point and has proven not entirely what we had hoped. There had been a lot of kind of elitist legislation that we were unable to stop, but as a whole, it's been very productive towards galactic politics. As I said, we are in the twilight of the grand campaign. The crisis has been spawned. We'll kind of see how that goes. Hopefully there's no glitches or issues or anything like that. We will have to see. A lot of mods, so there's always a little danger in that. What's up, Nero? Chucko Nero, how's everyone doing? Good to see you, dude. So yeah, it's a lot has happened. It'll obviously all be in VODs and in edited videos when I get to that. We're almost through Vic 3 now, so we'll be getting to it sooner rather than later. That's the current situation. A lot of planets. We have terraformed both Mars and Venus, which are very prosperous colonies of the UNE at this point. And we're in a pretty good position overall. The current government is made up of Angelo Torres, our president, who is a xenophile, and like most of our leaders and a lot of the population at this point, a psionic. We still have our good friend, the Warform, as our defense minister. We've got Sana Al-Ghazali as our head of research, Asila Takis as our governing inspector, kind of anti-corruption official, deals with things like that, Joshua Atkins, Minister of State, and Lucila Montelupo as our head ambassador. We have a pretty strong fleet. We did lose a lot of our battleships and a good chunk of it on the way towards a military exercise in the Miley system, which is of course on the border with those who remember. There's kind of a great galactic space storm going on right now, and when we went through the the L gates. A bunch of the battleships did not make it, resulting in the death also of Angela Torres's sister, John Torres, I believe her name was. So there's the current situation we're in. We're going to play this out. Hopefully no crashes, hopefully no issues. We're going to play out the crisis and kind of the response to it, any other major events, and then the grand campaign will be reaching its end. A note on kind of how that's going to go into the future here. I'm starting the second grand campaign. It'll be the Arthurian, or rather Artorias, Roman starts, which will be doing the Fallen Eagle mod in 476. That will start in fall. I want enough time for both of the new DLCs to come out, including Roads to Power, which is the really exciting CK3 DLC, which was announced, allowing folks to play non-landed characters, which is really cool. I also want time for some of the mods I want to update, so that's the really big thing there. In the meantime, I think starting next week, there will be dual streams, so I'm going to be streaming the Prometheus roleplay for Game of Thrones, and then after that campaign comes to a conclusion, I'm going to be organizing a Victoria 3 multiplayer roleplay game also on Prometheus. That'll be happening probably in a couple months. So I want Sphere of Influence to come out and a couple mods to update, and then hopefully get a singular mod together for that and run a campaign of that, which will be really fun. Kind of starting to miss multiplayer roleplay a little bit. Organizing it is never fun, but it is worthwhile to get a campaign for that. So I also, in the meantime, will probably be doing some Hoi 4 streams again, maybe Millennium Dawn, probably just some other mods I've been wanting to do for a while and things like that. So we're going to kind of go probably from, I'd say, April until August, or maybe a little bit after. A lot of other kind of different stuff. Grand campaign's still kind of what I want to focus on, but until the second one starts, I'll keep releasing videos on the main YouTube channel. A note on that as well, a couple things. Now, some order of business before we get going here. Nothing too much is happening in the galaxy for the moment. I'm going to be splitting probably my main channel. So Hammurabae YouTube channel, I'm splitting in half. The current channel I have is basically overwhelmingly made up of folks who want tutorial videos and things like that, which I want to keep making. I don't put them out as much as roleplay videos. And then I'm going to be making a new YouTube channel for roleplay content. I'm going to probably be re-uploading all my other roleplay videos on there. So like the 3 roleplay campaigns, the Millennium Dawn stuff, and then the grand campaign will move to that channel. Starting probably with the Sphere of Influence Vicky 3 campaign, I'm going to be multi-streaming and maybe switching to YouTube. So I mean, I'll stream here and then on YouTube, and I may just move entirely to YouTube. We'll kind of see how that goes. I think those are all the major things. So that'll be a really big change. There'll be 2 channels. I kind of want to just separate, you know, because there are folks who just want roleplay, and then there's folks who really just want tutorial stuff, and I kind of want to split the channel. I'll be very honest with you, because I think transparency is good. I've gotten actually some pretty solid sponsorship deal offers, which I don't normally take because they're kind of shitty. I don't like what they're doing, but some of them have actually been solid. And having a channel that consistently delivers higher views, which is what my tutorials do, will allow me to make some money off of that. I'm going to be honest. So that's also one of the reasons for doing that. I want to be transparent about that and kind of give my reasoning. And then in general, I think it would be just good for both roleplay videos, doing more solid, having an audience for that, you know, where you know what you're getting kind of stuff is the main reasoning for that. The other big thing is I am going back to school in the fall. I'm actually going to move. That's a big thing that's happened. I've decided. I've been living in a small town in southern Ohio for quite a while with my aunt. She is lovely, and I've really enjoyed living here. But I am going to move when I go back to college. So I'm moving to another town in the state. That'll happen in the August and in the fall. So that might be a little bit hectic. I'll be going back to school, probably working as well. So I don't know. It'll be kind of interesting trying to maintain the balance for streaming. I still want to do at least once a week and then putting out YouTube videos and stuff. But I'm going to try and maintain that, as well as hopefully somewhat more consistently putting out tutorials. I'll have money. I'm about to have the money for an editor, so I think that'll help a lot. But just be warned, my kind of schedule and stuff may change a lot going forward. We'll kind of see how it goes. So, yeah, big things. My weekend is going very well, Truckoneer. How about yourself? I do a lot of reading. Been doing so much reading. There's just like a stack of books that I'm working through that have been really good. I'm reading a really good biography on Eisenhower right now. One of the most interesting commanders in history, and the Supreme Allied Commander of Allied Forces in the latter half of World War II, kind of just going over who he was, what he did, the torch operation, Overlord, stuff like that. Really good book. I was reading that this morning. I got up like really early, which is unusual for me. Slept pretty well despite that, and I read a bunch. That's been really good. Really been enjoying that book. it's definitely a little dated. I think it was written like the 80s or the 90s or something. So every once in a while, I don't know, when I read like older books like that, and maybe this is me just being woke, but like every once in a while, there'll be a line that those older writers will write, and you just kind of got to do a double take. Like, I'm sorry, what? You know, just very old school thinking, but it's a very good book, and it's been really interesting and stuff. His relationship with General Marshall and General Patton was like really underlined in that book, and kind of how that operated. It's really interesting. Super, super, super good book. And I am feeling better. I kind of got knocked under the weather because this is interesting. I promise I will play the grand campaign, folks. We're in the latter part of it. I want to do it justice, but I went to the doctor. I think it was not this Friday, but the Friday before, to get some things checked up. And I got my COVID shot and I got my flu shot, which knocked me out for a day. So I didn't stream last week, but one of the most weirdest doctor experiences I ever had, a small town doctor. And the nurse was an anti-vaxxer. She asked me if I wanted my shots, and she's like, "Do you want the COVID shot?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll take that." And she's like, "Really? You don't have to take it. I don't push it on anyone. You know, you don't need to take it." And I was like, "No, I'd prefer to have it." She's like, "All right, you really want to?" And I was like, "Yeah, I really do want to." And she's just like, "Holy shit!" But anyway, that was kind of funny. Yeah, it was a little wild. I don't know. Pretty interesting. Alrighty, back to the grand campaign. Our secondary expedition team has found a new tunnel system and has discovered they lead into a well-preserved six-sided chamber, possibly leading into a bigger complex. The chamber has 5 other doors, but they appear to be locked. This is another one of our precursor expeditions we're doing. Tool and equipment has been brought in to assist in breaching the locked doors. We still have a couple kind of interesting digs going on, but a lot of the galaxy has mostly kind of been explored. I'm sure there's still fuckloads of xenoarchaeology still ongoing with, you know, the countless ancient civilizations of the galaxy that have risen and fallen. I think a lot of our events have showed that the galaxy has been heavily populated in the past, and we're not the first kind of era of galactic governance and galactic nations. Always kind of interesting in Stellaris how like nations form kind of all together. And, you know, there's the fallen empires, but they don't really play a big part of the politics of the game. I really hope in Stellaris 2, which I hope they don't rush, but when they do make it, because they will, that there's a bit more of like, how to put it, there's a more cohesive kind of like entrance into the galactic era that you encounter when you play Stellaris with like fallen empires, but also just older empires that play like a more interesting role. For anyone who's ever watched like Babylon 5, really good TV series, there's a good example of that with one of the alien civilizations that humanity has diplomatic contact with, which is much more advanced technologically and things like that. And they kind of, I guess, fall under like a fallen empire in Stellaris terms, but they're much more active in galactic politics, and there's a lot more to it. They kind of take on a mentorship status with humanity and things like that. I wish there was more of that in Stellaris, and hopefully we'll get that in Stellaris too, but we'll see. Be kind of cool. Yeah, I know, American. Turbulence, we will do in just a moment. The warform is a paragon or something. Yeah, he's not going to die unless he gets killed in combat. So he is 1,683 years old. We found him, remember, in like a scrap pile of like an ancient gigantic galactic battle that was on, I believe, our planet of Draconis, which we've colonized. And it's got basically a giant, ancient battlefield debris field over the whole thing. I think it was Draconis, where basically in that scrap heap we found the warform, which was about to die. And we saved it, and it basically promised to serve us for eternity, more or less, given that we saved it. So, pretty cool. The other really amazing leader in Galactic Paragon we do have is Ketis, scion of Vagros. Where is he? That legend, who is on a journey to recover the artifacts of his probably extinct lost species. We found him in a capsule. He landed on Earth in a very Superman fashion. There he is. Ketis, scion of Vagros. For countless eons, he lay frozen in cryostasis. Finally free, Exekides now seeks to make up for lost time, his youth, appearance belying a keen and penetrating intellect. Great man. He is currently trying to find the other artifacts. So, given kind of the Angelo presidency and his military mind, his history in like the military and the admiralty, and being obviously of the Torres line, we are going to seek, I think, to build up our fleet a bit more, given that we can. Maybe build up some more anchorages to try and rebuild the fleet. Obviously, the Galactic Storm and the loss of a large contingent of our military forces with those battleships being lost in that hyperspace jump, I think would kind of suggest to him, the High Admiralty, the military command of the UNE and the UNE as a whole, that we probably can't be as stagnant with accepting that we have a strong military. A really kind of tragic or unexpected situation like that can result in just a complete loss of military power. So I think the way that we're going to deal with that is we're going to position the fleet when the solar storm is over in the terminal egress into L cluster. We're going to try and basically plan to build an administrative hub. The basically Admiralty's high command is going to be built on the habitat complexes that we are building in this Neely system, and then we're going to probably try and in the future build a ring world on one of those worlds. So we're kind of moving a large contingent of the military hub through the terminal egress, given just how valuable it is. But I also think leaving part of our fleet somewhere else would be important, kind of not having a concentration of force such that if we lose the fleet to a unexpected tragedy like the solar storm or just a big battle, we still have forces to contend with. So I think that would be probably a big part of his military plan going forward. Let's take a look and see if we can do any campaigns or give him any more points as well. And we haven't done our psionic stuff in a while. He is our own personal Joe Biden. Hold on, who is? I truck on you not feel too well, man? Sorry to hear that, dude. Stomach and flu symptoms. I would suggest you get some 7-Up, but I don't think you have that in Europe. Get some like lime Fanta or something. That'll help. Old dude. Yeah, that's true. Gold Empire border I will have to do a command for, thank you, Johnny, in order to allow us to get to one of those artifacts. All right, leader Foci. He doesn't have any points. I think I did it right before we ended. Probably same with campaigns. No, we got 3 points. Probably talent seeker. We'll go talent seeker. In the absence of leaders, individuals often struggle to navigate their path. Therefore, our Empire's Bureau is actively seeking exceptional leaders to ensure the proper functioning of our operations. Just the kind of consistent thing we've done for quite a while in the UNE, which is seek out and develop talent. One of the most important jobs, I think, personally, of governing structures is to identify talent and develop it. I won't rant, but the loss of human potential and talent currently in our own world is a goddamn tragedy. So the government with the resources that the UNE has would certainly be trying to find, discern, educate, and develop good talent, both in terms of science, politics, and our military, which I think we've done a pretty good job of. We've had some pretty great leaders in the Stellaris portion of the Grand Campaign overall. We're currently also at the point where we can actively change the biomes of our colonized planets, which we're doing on a few to make them more fertile, especially our agricultural worlds. Take a look at all our planets as well. I know that with planet automation, it's way easier and like, I believe even like the meta way to run Stellaris when you get enough planets, but for me, I've always had issues with it and I always screw it up, so I'm going to be manually doing things, which is not the most fun or the most efficient, I know, but the last few games of Stellaris besides this one, I've tried to automate my planets. It's gone so badly, which is a skill issue, but regardless. Okay, we have a new colony of Ungava. Let's go ahead and build our starting buildings on that. Gene clinics for good medical facilities on our new colony. Uni citizens, I think, have a pretty high expectation of quality of life, certainly medical care, so all of our new colonies need to have that. Pretty much a requirement. I'm going to pause. The game lags so much with our 2,000 stars at this point. If I want to make changes, I kind of have to pause, which is unfortunate. Alloy production as well. And then reformed world, ideal for life. We'll build Willow Geoengineering Complex. Distribute luxury goods to new colonists. This planet has strange eggs. Unsure what creatures made these, they seem dormant, perhaps best not to touch. We could try and destroy them, but that might create more problems than good. We'll change the climate as well to suit our needs even more, despite it already being terraformed, because we can. Still colonizing Newest York. Nyland in very good shape. That is our science hub, to put it very lightly. colony on Tinier. Hope everyone had a good week as well. Last couple weeks, actually. There's no stream last week. Everyone's enjoying spring. Keeps getting like warm and then like deciding to get very cold again where I live, which I don't like. Command center, upgrade the alloy foundries, upgrade civilian fabricators on Demeter. That's an agricultural world, but we do a lot of manufacturing there, much like most of our planets at this point. Let's do Torresina, another new colony as well, named after a family I'm sure all of you know very well. Their name speaks for itself. Also with strange eggs. There seems to be a lot of those on our world. That's a little worrying. The syrup and Coke always soothes stomach aches. Yeah, 100%. You do have 7-Up. Wow, okay. But usually when anyone in my family has a stomach flu, we get Coca-Cola. That's funny. A 7-Up and like saltine crackers is what I always do when I've got the flu and my stomach's screwed up, and it helps a lot. Little trick for you, that whatever I've told to my exes, they've always been terrified and not done it. But a little trick for you. If your nose gets stuffed up and you're dying and you just want to breathe for a minute, now this is gross, but it does work, I promise. If you snort a little bit of hot sauce, not all the way in, that like causes problems, but like a little bit, like if you put a bit of hot sauce just inside your nose and you breathe in, that shit will clear you up for like around 15 minutes. I know it's weird and it does hurt a little bit, but you know, when you're sick enough and your nose is clogged and you just want to breathe for a second, it does allow you to do that. So little tip there for you. That's not medically sound at all, but it's what I do. It's actually very snowy today, which sucks, but warmer times are coming. They are. We are in spring now, deep in spring. I'm going full on spring break mode. I've been getting out of bed at 12 p.m. the last 2 days. Dude, honestly, take advantage of it while you can. If you can sleep in, sleep the fuck in. Life will not allow you to do it very often unless you're lucky, so take advantage of that when you can. You don't typically have hot sauce at home, you goddamn Swede. You're telling me you don't put Tabasco sauce on your pickled herring? That's disappointing. Sriracha is what I do. Sriracha is very good. Yamaskurdia has an upgrade. We'll make her a statistician. We're well in need of those to administer an empire of our size in the Galactic era. Can you imagine the amount of bureaucrats that would exist on Earth right now to administer a population of, what did we guess it was, 300 to 400 billion? I always think when I play Stellaris, you get to that point of administrative amount, like, you know, look at all these administrative complexes. I always think of like Trantor from the Foundation book series, or the TV series now, I guess, which may be more well known. Great book series. If you've never read Foundation and you like sci-fi and you like Stellaris, read that series. Isaac Asimov is the king of sci-fi for good reason. Absolutely fantastic book series. But Trantor was like the capital world of the Empire before it fell, and it was kind of like, I guess, Coruscant. A planet entirely made up of cities, essentially, where like the administration of a galactic empire, a whole galaxy was done, and it was just, you know, hundreds of levels of just basically pure bureaucrats. That's always what I think of when I get to this portion of Stellaris. Managed democracy time. I still haven't got that game. I keep getting asked to buy it and I don't. It looks really fun. I always love to think about the logistics of all that. Yeah, can you imagine? How the fuck would you do that? The amount of just capable leadership and bureaucrats that would be needed for that is just insane. Renowned leader joined. Virginia Amirjanian? Take a look at her. We keep getting these really, really good leaders, which we are well in need for, obviously, in this time. She's another commander. I don't think we have her recruited, though. We're gonna do right now. No, did we recruit her? A lot of really good admirals. Yeah, there she is. Virginia Amirjanian. I'm gonna say her name different and wrong every single time. Armada Logistician. It's gonna be one of those days. I'm not gonna say words well today. Armada Logistician. Corvette production focus. Careful too, very nice. Entrepreneur, so kind of a mix. She'd make more a good like bureaucrat rather than a admiral per se. We'll give her entrepreneur too, in case she ever makes her way into our government. Given how capable she is, I think there's a pretty good chance of that. Though to be fair, these days we have so many good leaders that The options for high levels of government are many. Alrighty. What's the Galactic community voting on right now? The Military Readiness Act. So you have to keep basically a certain number of ships. We obviously will support that. Take a look at some of these other laws as well, see what we want to support or not. Administrative sanctions, we're going to abstain. Propaganda campaigns. Careful crafted messaging and media campaigns. The Galactic community can influence public perception, reinforce the values and ideals that are essential stability of state. We are a big fan of the Galactic community, despite some of the things it's done, which we are not a huge fan of, so we'll support that. It's basically a media campaign for the Galactic community, which would be very good. Star-based construction program we will support. Leadership education grants we will not support, given it is very elitist. Part of our effort to simplify galactic bureaucracy will enforce a clear administrative hierarchy on the Senate. I don't think so. We can tolerate the existence of soulless machines if some good can come from doing so. We should tax their production. No. That's like a birth tax. Holy fuck. Repeal security contractors will abstain. Galactic construction organization we absolutely want. We want this very badly. I'll even do an emergency measure for that. It's basically a galactic jobs program and construction effort. The success of the previous program has inspired many to envision a larger and more ambitious project. The Galactic Construction Organization that would oversee and coordinate the development and maintenance of planetary structures across the galaxy. This resolution proposes the establishment of such an organization, which would be composed of representatives from various empires and factions. Yeah, we absolutely support that. We've detected a very faint tachyon signal being continuously transmitted across the entire galaxy. Our technicians are unable to trace the signal to its source as it has been bouncing beyond several hidden relay stations. Aside from adding a small amount of background noise and FTL transmissions on certain subspace frequencies, the signal does not seem to have any apparent effect. Efforts to track the relay stations are underway, but until then we simply have to learn to live with the ghost signal.
Situation log updated.
Is that a crisis event? I think it might be. Possibly. Yeah, I think it is. Okay. Well, no big deal. There's a lot of weird signals coming out of deep space and a lot of just weird signals in the galaxy that don't concern us for now. Let's take a look at the L cluster 2. It's kind of the big, most important project in recent memory for the UNE. Hyperspace Registrar, and then we're going to max our defensive platforms here. We're going to get that all the way to 45, basically. That's what we're going to try and do. How is our Navy? Can we do any reinforcements on it? A new building possible here, or are we kind of maxed out on it? A little bit. A little bit more. We are going to do an expansion of it, but for right now, it's not the most important. There is still a solar storm going on, as I said before, so we're kind of waiting to move the fleets and kind of build them up until after that passes, instead of wasting resources. New reactor boosters. The Woki warrior clans came new an incredible discovery in the field of psionics and biology. They've combined it to make a pure form. Okay. Then that reminds me, we can do some stuff with our psionic menu here. 89 points. Do a temporary singularity. Do a psionic mirage, and then we'll activate a couple more of our leaders into being psionic as well. If we can. I think most of them actually are psionics at this point. Not all, but a lot of them that can be, besides the synthetics like our warform, of course. He's stuck as a robot forever. I'm halfway through the Helldivers inspired becoming the Crisis run in Stellaris. Nice. Are you a purifier then, I assume? Other vote. Okay, so there was a proposal for a vote on reducing term limits for Galactic, not Galactic, UNE presidents from 5 terms to 2 terms. So I will put up a poll for that right now. Everyone voting, you are all members of the UNE Parliament. Vote is up. Yes, I can. Take the last of the systems in the L cluster. I think we just kind of have to go with automated construction here. There's not much left. No, there's nothing left, actually. So the only thing we really need construction ships is to have them around in case we need to rebuild in a war, or to build, what's it called? Habitats and things like that. Maybe building orbital rings around more of our planets would be a good idea, actually. Expanding on the orbitals we have also in the Nile system, which once we build up, we are going to colonize those, and that will be the central hub for our Admiralty, which we are going to kind of make into the hub of the UNE fleet. Speaking of hubs of the UNE fleet, let's build up the shipyards on Nile too. I'm going to pause for this. If I want to do any big construction efforts at this point in Stellaris with 2,000 stars, kind of needs a pause at this point, unfortunately. Crew quarters, Fleet Academy, and then we'll do hydroponics as well, just for roleplay. And then I'm going to build up, since we can build actually quite a few more, we'll build up a couple more outposts on the way to Nile. We want basically just a giant citadel around the L cluster to consolidate it. Because we would of course always worry that if an empire got strong enough, it may seek to take it from us, you know, especially the other Federation, which we're not hostile to, but controlling it is so important, you never know. Plus the fallen empires. Who knows if they ever decide to become more active and want to take the L cluster, which would be a pretty high importance. Now, when we went into the L cluster, the event we got was the Elder Dragons, the Elder Drakes, where those giant space dragons came through. They're still like on their way to like certain systems, and we kind of just don't know what to do with them. They're not hostile. I'm sure there would be like a UNE ban on getting close to them, and obviously just kind of letting them go where they want. But as of now, they've done nothing. Galactic Council votes, it'll probably say the same from the looks of things. We're still so dominant. A lot of the reason we have so much diplomatic power and are such a force diplomatically in the galaxy is our what are they called, traditions. We went with community, we went with politics and diplomacy, so we're pretty influential. We've got very good diplomats. Upon closer inspection, the craft object on the surface of the asteroid turned out to be an alien probe. Along with rudimentary solar collection and radio reception and transmission technology, the probe also contained a flat grooved disc mounted on the side. Spinning the disc elicits a deluge of sounds. Eager Knight believes it to be an alien form of music. Unfortunately, this music isn't very good, or perhaps is geared towards audio-sensory equipment vastly dissimilar from our own. No! Okay, we are going to keep the terminals the same, so they will still be 5. There's a mod that adds a managed democracy nameless. It's a fantastic, militarist, xenophobic democracy. Of course there is. Man. Speaking of terminals, it's funny how even though the 21st Amendment only became a thing in 1947, there's only one ever US president to serve more than 2 terms. Hard to stay popular in politics, let's be honest. Of course, many presidents following Washington's tradition of stepping down before the 2nd term, which was still kind of funny. Yeah. Also, a lot of times they didn't run for a 3rd term because the chances of them winning would have been very low, given that tradition, and just, again, it's hard to stay popular. Plus, the job's fucking stressful. Have y'all ever seen those pictures of, like, presidents before? Intelligent neural emulation. We're gonna stay away from that for now. We're trying not to get, like, too strong AI. Most of our robots are all just unintelligent workforce, which our economy kind of depends on, so we want to be a little careful with advanced AI here. But have y'all seen like the before and after pictures of US presidents? Like the toll it takes on them physically and mentally? Especially physically though. Yeah, Obama's pick in particular is brutal. Like Obama, like in his inauguration, young, charismatic, starry-eyed as you can be, you know, young senator, young-ish. At the end, an old man, like all his hair went white and gray. It's a stressful job. I mean, it should be a stressful job, right? Even if you're like not the US, like any country, it should be a stressful job. If it's not stressful, you're probably doing something wrong, or you just are emotionally blunted, which is a whole problem in itself. But, you know, I don't know. Personally, I don't think I'd want the stresses of a high job like that, but if I did, I sure as fuck wouldn't want to go more than 8 years. Holy Christ, can you imagine? I mean, there's like the idea of like the obligation to serve your country, I guess, right? But oh, that's stressful. If you have a moral conscience, and even if you are confident in your decision-making ability, you know, you're gonna make mistakes, but even beyond that, you know, it takes a toll making decisions that affect so many people, because even good decisions and good policy and good legislation can still, you will still hurt people. You know, you will still make people's lives tougher, and that's rough. It's gotta be hard to live with. All right, folks, so we have another tradition here. We have a lot we can get, so I'll do a vote on this. What do you guys think we would do here for our next traditions? So far, we've gone for discovery, prosperity, diplomacy, unyielding, which is like defensive for star stations, which are very powerful, politics, and community. We've done a lot of diplomatic ones. Again, I'd say probably aptitude. Vote. Aptitude, I'll say. What else? What do we think? Psionics, maybe? Yeah, we didn't do psionics yet, did we? No, we didn't. I'll throw that in there. That's a good one. A lot of the galaxy went psionic, folks, just as a reminder, or went cybernetic, so it's a pretty big thing. It would almost be, I think, like a bit of an arms race, in a way, kind of, you know. Statecraft? Mercantile? Kyle? We haven't finished community, you're right. I'll do the vote anyway. I forgot about that. I didn't see it. Our friends and allies in the Galactic community have always supported us. We must remember why they are our allies in the first place and cooperate on an even closer scale. We'll give us all a community, more stability, and ascension perk. But I will do the tradition vote because I've already started it. So any others? What do y'all think? We'll go with those 4. And then we'll do a vote on our next ascension perk as well. I jumped the gun a bit there. It's fine. No big issue. We'll look at those when that vote is done as well. Peaceful application of artifacts. We'll go for management insights. Again, good leadership is just so important. I'm thinking, given the pretty exorbitant wealth the UNE currently has, the rise in power of federations as political forces in the galaxy. Oh my god, we have our Federation fleet max. That's crazy. Holy Christ. And just the general prosperity the UNE has and our very diplomatic outlook. I'm thinking an interesting policy kind of for Angelo Torres' government, given he is a xenophile, would potentially be to start basically just giving giant aid development packages to certain countries, especially UNE members, UNS members rather, that are not as wealthy and prosperous, but maybe just like other smaller states that are developing and that we might want to align with the UNE and the UNS, as well as just generally develop the galaxy. Because a lot of these resources we just can't use, and we're kind of going for, what would the term be? Careful growth. Like we have colonized more planets, we do expand the economy as the population allows, but we're not going to just go for just, you know, over-the-top expansion and development. So I'm thinking utilizing our resources to develop some of the other nations would be a good idea here. Let's take a look. Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. Starting with the Genius Locus. They recently were in 2 very, very brutal wars. I believe they fought a war. Hold on. I'll continue that thought in a moment. Mushroom picking. A routine ecological study of the colony of Torresina has stumbled upon a strange fungal life form. The science team reports that the surface of the mycelium is shimmering and colorful. But what was most intriguing to them was the fact that separate clusters were seemingly communicating with one another whenever something occurred within a wide radius. Furthermore, the biology of the organisms appears to be completely alien to the ecosystem of the colony. Puzzled, the science team has requested specialized support. Absolutely. Absolutely. The Genius Galactus Locus were in a war of the Scrappers. There's an architect CFO. And I think the Regal House as well. So they'd be kind of basically rebuilding after those wars and are one of the more they're in like the mid-level of UNS nations in terms of power, but like if we gave them enough resources, they could probably develop more. They're hive mind, very friendly. They're also big fans of humanity. Like they modulated some of their governance and some of their culture on ours. They basically like watch other civilizations like sitcoms was their lore, and like they changed their own culture and self to fit them. So they've been big fans of humanity for a while, and you know, there's nothing more flattering than other people liking you, right? I assume that'd be a pretty common theme for intelligent life. So we like them a lot as a result. So let's do our first kind of step into this field with a big aid package to them to develop and grow after the war, and then just generally make a stronger ally and a stronger member of the UNS. It'll be a big one too. I don't think they need a lot of this, but oh, they need food apparently. Okay, that's not good. We'll send them a lot. We'll send them a bunch of human consumer goods too, which would have the added effect of obviously making our products much more desired. That's a big part of like US after World War II, when we like developed Europe and Japan. A big part of that was our corporations just max exporting our goods to those countries and kind of making our products more desired there. So kind of similar, a bit of an economic deal, but also a political one here. We'll let them try some Zero. Maybe they'll like it as well. Sonic space drugs are fun. This is a big old stimulus package here. Alrighty. Cool. We'll see how that goes. It'd be pretty popular. I think the Uni Parliament would. I mean, I've never decided or talked about if the Uni Parliament would decide the budget or if the executive would. We'll say it is the council, so they wouldn't need their permission, but I assume it would be pretty popular for a lot of reasons. Aptitude. Okay. Interesting. That makes sense. For our next tradition, we'll do aptitude, which is just general leader quality, leader development, and things like that. Kind of been a pretty big priority for the Uni in the modern era, so that makes a lot of sense. Which means we have to decide on our next ascension perk. I'll run over them very quickly, and then we'll do a poll for that as well. One Vision, maybe. Master Builders, Galactic Wonders would make a lot of sense for wonder building. Arcology development. Future Society would be cool. We get another Civic, maybe. Administrative Prerogative, we're pretty freaking big. Transcendent Learning would tie into like more leadership development and leader quality, which again, big priority. Galactic Force Projection would make sense. Defender of the Galaxy could make sense. I'm not doing Xenocompatibility. I would like to, but we don't need even more lag right now, do we? Or we could do Archeo Engineers, which would give us special components, probably utilizing the artifacts that we do have a lot of. So what are we thinking here, folks? How do you actually make the AI competent? I've never seen them reach 100,000 dipple weight. Is it game settings or mods? Both. With game settings, you can basically, when you boost the difficulty, you make them stronger and more competent to a degree. It's a very ham-fisted way of doing it, but it will work. And then mods too. There are mods that improve the AI in Stellaris. I really recommend, unless you're looking for achievements, which are a lot of fun, that you get some mods for Stellaris in general. And there are AI ones, which are actually very good. All right, what are we thinking here? One Vision, Galactic Wonders, Future Society. Ascension. Oops. Galactic Wonders. Future Society. One Vision. I'm going to throw in Transcendent Learning as well. Just to go with those before you vote. One Vision. True unity is achieved only through the ultimate goals of a nation and its people that are one and the same. After all, a house divided against itself cannot stand. We get more unity, less pop amenity usage, and governing ethics attraction. Big boost there. Galactic Wonders would allow us to build ring worlds, matter decompressors, which gives you minerals from black holes, and then Dyson spheres, which is cool as fuck. That's where you basically build like This is a very crude way of putting it. Like, you encase a star in like very advanced solar panels that allows you to drain basically all the energy that's put out from a star. Stars put out insane amounts of power, and you basically just tap it. And okay. Future society. Our society has reached an unsurpassed level of cultural development, which I'd say it kind of has, giving us another civics, and then transcendent learning. Our society must change its approach towards learning, and by doing so, our best and brightest will be able to reach a completely new level of achievements. 25% leader experience gain, and 2 more scientists. The vote is going up now. Archeo engineers. Too late, Johnny. I missed that one. I should try and do less, though. I think sometimes with those polls, I do dilute the vote quite a bit. I wish Twitch would allow ranked choice voting. That'd be fun. Maybe I'll set that up for the next grand campaign. I'll just have to send a link or something, which is a little less efficient, but I think would be a little bit more interesting and fair. Upgrade our commerce megastructures in Nyland. Again, like a lot of, like we're not a pure capitalist nation by any means, but obviously the science world of Nyland would not just be putting out advances to like our military and society and things like that. They'd be putting out like product research too, right? So having giant commercial zones there to tap that and allow us to actually gain some economic value off that would be big, combined with the Galactic congregation hall we have there. So kind of turning into both a science and a trading hub. What other buildings do we want to build on an island? I basically want to overwhelm it with jobs so we get more pop research there. So I think I am going to max out our buildings here. We'll build, I think, a couple more research complexes. We'll build a naval office so the Navy has a presence there. That makes sense. A naval command post. We'll build a monument. I'm looking for the science building, but I'm not finding it here. 2 more research labs. Yeah, it'll work. We'll leave it with that. We'll completely develop the planet. Just insane amounts of jobs available to really anyone who wants it. Let's improve the climate on the planet too. Kind of symbolic of the level of technology we've reached. It makes sense for us to have that there. It's good to me. And then I will build 2 more city districts as well to give us basically just insane housing. Kind of doing a bit of a China here. Giant empty cities, but if that allows for more people to move there and more immigration attraction, absolutely worth it. The jobs on that planet is worth like 10 jobs on another planet, if we're being honest. We will upgrade to a capital complex on Terra Nova. That planet has developed so much. It is getting pretty close to the population of Earth, actually. Civics are sick. That was my reasoning. They add a lot more flavor to role-playing. That's true, and that's why all of them are really good, but that one would be very interesting. More jobs needed. We'll do another industrial district. Agricultural district. I think some of these are, they're robots who are unemployed, who can only work very basic jobs. In which case, we might want to expand the jobs available on some of the other worlds we have to force migration there. We'll build more agricultural districts on Demeter, which is our primary agricultural world. Onyx farms. We'll get a big surplus of food, but again, if we're going to start like, doing some more development throughout the galaxy, it doesn't hurt to just, produce more than export more. Potentially be able to solve some food crises and other civilizations which are not as well governed. We have concerning reports from Torresina. Upon further examination, it seems that the alien fungus was found is emitting a signal towards a location in the galaxy that we are unable to pinpoint so far. Telemetry and security analysis indicate that it is completely possible for the mycelium to be some sort of advanced spying organism. Whoa. However, it is worth noting that this organism is old. There's a fair chance that whomever engineered these spying mushrooms is not around anymore. But if they are, it would be in the best to not poke a sleeping predator. Let's keep looking into it. Destroying them I don't think would really fit with our ethics, but we definitely need to know what's going on. More smuggling. More industrial jobs. Oof. Out of robotic jobs really that can be worked on New Vegas at this point. Let me build a couple crystal farms that'll work. I think robots can work those sorts of jobs, if I remember correctly. Culture Nexus, nice. In order to further improve our empire, we can strive to gain a better understanding of how to able-bodied and sound minds work. Specialized centers for sociobiological studies will greatly improve the endeavor. That is going to go on an island. Where else? We'll do eco-integration studies for more habitability. There's an island. We'll replace one of our commerce megaplexes with instead of a command post, we'll build a cultural nexus. Gives empire-wide governing ethics attraction leadership experience gain 25%, and it makes the planet happier, more amenities, and oddly priest jobs. Interesting. That's a weird one. Evergreen Ficamons. We will make a make her an ambassador. She'd be very good at that. She may be a bit of a sly little shit, but she's our sly little shit, so that's all that matters. And the fecal months are very well respected. I think we are picking Future Society, you guys. Is that what it was? Let me look. Future Society 1. Okay. Interesting. That will give us another civic. We'll have to think about what we want to go for that. Cool. Alrighty, there's a lot of options with the mods, so this might take a minute. Naval traditions could make sense. We've got a very strong navy and a very strong naval tradition, and humans have done a lot of fighting. Same with distinguished admiralty might make sense. Byzantine bureaucracy could make a lot of sense, given, I mean, again, we'd have to have it at this point. Creative testing, no. Beacon of Liberty would make a lot of sense. Citizen service, nah. Diplomatic Corps would make sense. Efficient bureaucracy would make sense. Free haven would make sense. Parliamentarian system would make a lot of sense. Idealistic foundation would make a lot. There's a lot of good ones here. A lot of ones that would apply. Free market would make sense. Starfleet academies. A lot of options. What are we thinking, folks? No music mod. I've just got a playlist that I put together for Stellaris. Love. Heroic past. Legendary heroes of the past inspire civilizations, young people. Yeah, that makes sense too. We get a counselor, grand storyteller. Interesting. What do we think here? I'm gonna be very indecisive. There's too many good ones. What do y'all think? I'll put a poll together. You said diplomatic corps, heroic past. Like we need even more diplomatic power in the galaxy, my gosh. Where's Alessandro? Beacon of Liberty. Remark, Free Haven. Idealistic foundations. Alrighty. Pulls up. I'm not even gonna go with, I'm not gonna let y'all look at the bonuses again. Roleplay vote only, unless you already saw them. Roleplay vote only. This might not do quite what I thought it was. I think, yeah, they're for... yeah, I thought those were going to be for ecosystem changes, but they're not. They're just temperature changes, which might give us planet types we don't want. So I'm going to probably just hold off on those. All right. We'll run the game for a while here. I think the best way to kind of deal with the current state of like the lag and just to scale the galaxy is to kind of just do little periods of changing things and then just kind of let the game run when not doing that. What's that? Our linguists have finished developing new satisfying insult. We just need to find a target for it. You know who that's got to be. Oh, can we not? We got it. Oh, that's lame as fuck. Your pitiful nation is living on borrowed time. The realm of Marshall will fall. It isn't inevitable. How long did we work on that insult? That is such ass. Maybe in their language that's like way more poetic and insulting, but that looks like we just paid a lot of people to come up with a diplomatic insult for a while, and they I don't know, just fucked around. Careful analysis of the mycelium and the signals showed that it was likely part of this network of similar organisms, possibly spanning across the galaxy as a whole and maybe beyond. We do not know much. We discovered that it is part of the network. Mycelium was also receiving signals from other places. Considering several factors, including the data transferred, we do not think that the network is still in use. Okay, cool. No big issue. Not a problem. How many humans are there now? Not as many as I fought. Around 160, 170 pops. As I think I mentioned last session, humans are not the majority species in the UNE. They're more than the others by a lot individually, but... Is that solar storm still going? Let me look. See, it just gives you unity and stability. It might not be actually. No, the solar storm is done, so let's move our fleets. We'll move them to the terminal egress. Venus is a pirate bay. We can't maintain control of Sol. I think we have a bit of a problem. To be fair, we do not currently have a fleet in the Sol system, which we probably should have. We'll send a small task force back to Sol. And we'll do the upgrades in the melee system. Worked on. Cool. All right, I think it's about time. Let's go ahead and formally colonize the habitats we built in the Nile system and start moving our Admiralty there. Don't crash. They're not super well adapted to space, but that's fine. What do we want to name the Admiralty's capital on like the habitat complexes we've built there? And we're going Beacon of Liberty. Interesting. Okay. I know what we're gonna do. Spaducci Station. Beacon of Liberty. I think we have the unity for it. Free flow of people, trade goods, and innovations. The society glorifies the idea of individual liberty to exercise one's initiatives and completely fulfill his goals and ambitions. Monthly unity increased by 20%. Empire size from pops reduced. In the process of greening the planet Terra Nova, our biologists have encountered a problem. The microorganisms of this world are resisting the introduction of imported plant crops into the local ecosystem. The planted plants don't survive even a week, even under relatively favorable conditions. It's a shame. But it's not causing like ecological collapse, so call that a win. Empire session pops, and then you get a Protector of Liberty Counselor, which is egalitarian ethics attraction. Awesome. We have our 5th civic. Political virtue, diplomatic masterminds, multiculturalism, peacekeepers, and beacon of liberty. I don't think we'll change the council though. Oh, god damn it. I forgot. When you add a new civic, it completely changes the whole council. Head of research. Minister of Defense. Minister of States. Man. Head ambassador. I dealt with a lot of our corruption issues. I don't know if the governing inspector would really be council level at this point. Oh, democratic advisor. The Empire's democratic advisor is tasked with protecting the constitutional order of the Empire and ensuring matters of governance remain a public affair. We'll do that. Okay. We could put Mendez back in government. No, she's retired. She's enjoying her life elsewhere. We had that prodigy, right? Who was it? Gazzelli. That's who it was. She is exceptional. Great researcher. Our Minister of State. Joshua Atkins. Minister of Defense will be the war form, of course. Head ambassador will be, I think we had Montelupo, didn't we? We did. Just need to find her. There she is. And then for our democratic advisor, need to be an egalitarian for sure. Mendez would do a good job, but we can't. We'll go Gam Sakuria. She's really solid. Cool. We have a new government. Action size from prop production and then infection approval increase. That's kind of useful. Works with like the political parties in the parliament and things like that. So maybe like it would be like the go-between between like the UNE Parliament and then the UNE Council, kind of giving them a bit more power. Anything else we want to do here? Living metal construction. Let's go for that. Increases our megastructure construction speed, which would be including, I believe, like the orbital stations that we're working on. We're doing another campaign as well. Upkeep administration. That'll reduce the costs of maintaining our very large fleet, so we'll do that as well. Our council agenda. Completed display of power. What do we want to go for next? He's more a militarist guy, but I believe he is egalitarian, isn't he? No, he's a xenophile, actually. We'll do open arms. That's very easy to fill. We try to research the mega shipyard. It will have to come up in a role for our technologies, but if we did get the opportunity, we'd absolutely do it. It's just Stellaris, so you gotta wait until you roll the techs. That was one of the systems I really liked with Stellaris technology. They've always done that, where like, there's like the research list and there's prerequisites to get them, but you basically like roll every time for techs you can research, which is really cool. I like that more than like a static research tree. I think it's more interesting. The Iliad. We have to open up the borders, don't we? All right. Gotta go under the hood here for a minute. Gonna play as a stagnant ascendancy for a moment here. Oh my god, 800,000. They don't immediately cancel it. Are we 1 or 0? Let's hope they immediately don't throw us out. They probably will, but I'm not too sure what we're gonna do about that. Fuck is that? A Colossus? Got a Colossus on the border. Interesting. Did they immediately cancel it? Hold on a second. I think we have to accept before it's unpaused. Oh, our borders are open. Okay, no, we can go now. Fingers crossed that they don't close their borders again. I think we pissed them off at the end of last session too, so there's a possibility that does happen. Ship upgrades when we get to the terminal egress. And then we need to start working on more defensive platforms. I want this fully maxed out. Put all our alloys into that. Give them tons of money. I don't think that's how that works with a fallen empire. The one thing they really don't need is resources in any capacity. Did you see the screen when we tabbed to them? They have like maxed out 700k in like all resources. God damn it, they closed the borders. Okay, we might just be stuck on that mission. I tried the teleport command last session and it doesn't work. I guess we can kind of roleplay it. We're gonna take him back to Earth for now, and then we'll leave the science ship there if he ever wants to go back. But essentially, like his quest would be kind of at an end here. In order to find the other artifacts from the device that he was found with at birth, he would need to go through the conservator's territory, and since we're not allowed to, he would, I'm sure, with much disappointment and sadness, be unable to complete it and find the relics of his species, meaning he'll have to come back to Earth. Good thing for us, though. He's a very capable leader, and we could definitely use him, but it would be, I'm sure, a very personal tragedy for him. Spawning science ship in the system, how do you do that? Do you know the commands for it, Johnny? Because I sure don't. Let me look it up. On a selected system. Need to be a science ship. So ship isn't technically a design. They've changed it. It used to be that you would like manually change everything on your assigned ships, but now I believe they made it so it's like a separate entity. And given he's a scientist, we could only assign him to a science ship. If he was a commander, we could do it differently. No, I don't see a way to do it. Yeah, because we'd have to spawn one. That's the issue, and we can't do that. So we're gonna roleplay realistically then, which is that his quest has kind of come to an end. He set out from Earth for one of the most cutting-edge science ships that UNE had to offer, to seek out the relics of his ancestors. And although he's only found one of them, due to issues of borders and old empires not willing to work with us, I'm sure we would have sent an ambassadorial team with him to try and negotiate safe passage through the conservators, but they're materialists. They don't really like us that much, and they saw no reason to do so. And as a result, we're gonna call him home. What position should we give him? He's so capable. Make him a governor. We'll give him a prestigious posting, befitting someone of his talent and status, and we'll put him into the world of UNE politics. A tragic moment for him, I'm sure, and kind of one where he has to reconsider who he is and what he values. It'd probably make him, I don't want to say xenophobic, it wouldn't do that, but it would make him very disenfranchised and very jaded when it comes to galactic politics and galactic nations, I would think. They are a fallen empire that's notorious for being hostile and not even talking to species, obviously, right? But even then, our largest world that does not currently have a governor. Maybe, yeah, New Atlantis. We'll send him to New Atlantis. Why not? Venus is too irrelevant at the moment. God damn it. It is very irrelevant. It's only got, I think, like 3 pops on it. I mean, we could, but that'd be essentially sending him to a backwater, right? It'd be more punishment than like a befitting command. Hosting. You lag so fucking much. Shit, this lags so much now. We've got a lot of leaders, to be fair, and a lot of traits. There he is. Beautiful. All right. We'll bring him back. I'm sure it'd be a pretty popular spectacle. His journey would have been pretty public, I would say, and probably followed by a good amount of humanity. And having recalled him and given the exorbitant resources we put into educating him, his skill, and I'm sure his desire to do something now that he can no longer roam the stars looking for lost artifacts, he'll be formally made a governor. We're going to turn this into an agricultural ward. We'll do geoengineering, holo theater, robot assembly plants, a naval office there, and then we're going to build a bunch of agricultural districts. Not the nicest job to be given. Very different and less enjoyable than what he was doing, but a solid start politically for him. He can move up from there if he shows talent, which I'm going to assume he will, given who he is and what he's already done. Put up the fastest, too. Hopefully we don't get a crash. Okay. Alrighty, cool. Anti-gravity engineering. Yes, please. Advanced Materials Laboratory, a specialized laboratory dedicated to developing better materials both for government projects and everyday use. Another building for an island when we are done with it. Let's go ahead and save a slot for it too. We'll replace a research lab with one of those. All of our factions are pretty happy with us. Even the Warrior Lodge and the Alliance of Sacred Traditions likes us a good bit. The government, that is. Much more we can really do here without just completely going against our government ethics, so hold on to what we've got. Holy fuck, we have a lot of nanites. We have 4.3 thousand nanites. Is there anything we can do with those? I thought there was like some edicts you can do. We're already using them. We're just making so many nanites. Is there anything we can... I think there's researches for them, right? In a while, I think there are. I think later on we get like certain buildings or like components that use them or something. So we're essentially just going to build up giant stockpiles of them. In the future. Let me see. There's nanite worlds. Let me look at one of those real quick. Nothing we can do with them. Can't terraform them. Can't rebuild them. So, it's kind of screwed there. Unfortunate. Alrighty, I'm just going to run the game for a little bit here. Oh, good. Space Storm Joseph dissipates. As quickly as it appeared, Space Storm Joseph has completely dissipated. Ship systems will no longer be impaired in those systems where subspace disturbances have manifested. Like all the battleships we lost, and John Torres. Although some speculation that the storms such as Joseph could lead to the eventual collapse of the hyperspace network thousands of years in the future, for now, space travel seems to have returned to normal.
Spaceborne lifeforms encountered.
New species? What? Interesting. Maybe it's like a pre-FTL species that popped up or something? That's weird. You don't usually get those this late. Or maybe we'll just meet those dragons in the L cluster. That'd be cool. Always possible. We have a couple more stations I would like to upgrade here fully, but all our alloys are just going into fully building up the terminal egress, which is the biggest security risk for us right now in the galaxy. So we'll keep doing that. Upgrading the fleets we can do too. They still are not in the terminal egress. Holy crap. Even with hyper relay networks, it takes so long to move about the galaxy. I think pretty soon there is a tech that will dramatically speed up ships for like a big engine difference, but I don't know how long it will take to get there. Oh God. The Khan actually hasn't attacked anyone in quite a while, which is a little bit worrying. Because they made the Tessadrians a satrapy, and then they just kind of stopped conquering people. Reactors. Excuse me. Singularity reactors. We'll go for that. If we do get better, like super advanced engine components, I'm sure we will need even more power for them, so no reason not to go forward on those. Then we have a huge amount more naval capacity. That's kind of the tough decision right now in terms of like what because we make a lot of alloys. We have a lot of them, but they're so hard to make that we only have so much to use at any one time. So we kind of have to decide between like making bigger fleets and expanding the fleets or building up our stations for defense. Now we will have unyielding, which would suggest that our military doctrine is based on like turtling and like stations and stuff, but a bigger fleet is clearly very needed. The vessels we encountered in the Helios system appear to be somewhat outmodded, but nevertheless armed to the teeth. They seem to be piloted by sentient crews who respond with hostility to any approach. We'll have to treat them with caution. Where the fuck are they? That's what I want to know. Helios. It's within the worlds of the Simnus Genius Locus. It must be a pre-FTL species. Oh, it's a ship. Oh god.
Incoming transmission.
Doesn't look very friendly. Worrying. We just sent a giant stimulus package to this too. Oh boy. Hopefully it's not hostile. How strong is Helios Station? Not very strong. Big science breakthrough from our science teams. Is that one of the crisis fleets? It's the contingency. Ah. Zelda Triforce ship. They came from Hyrule. We built that orbital station. Can we build any more stations here? We can. On all of them, actually. Engineering research for more. Yeah, we'll keep doing that. We'll build on all the systems. They're all a part of like the main one, I believe, though, right? It just gives us more modules we can build on the habitat complex. Vote in the community as well. It is administrative insights. Yeah, we oppose that, so we will not be voting for it. But it's a very close vote. Oh my gosh. I'm tempted to use some favors here, but there's some bigger issues that may call for those later. We'd especially want to push for the star-based construction program, so yeah, we're just barely winning. Should be fine. I've never gotten the contingency crisis before. The one I always fucking get when I go late Stellaris is always the Scourge. Like, always. And I've explicitly not looked up the crises before the Stellaris campaign, because I don't want to be, like, know what the fuck I'm doing. More realistic. Any Weighty can specialize, only current industrialist. Yeah, I've played a lot of Stellaris campaigns too, folks. I got like 2,000 hours in this game. You'd never know it. And I always get the Great Tempest, and then I always get the Scourge every time. It's kind of, it should be statistically unlikely, but it always happens that way. I also don't tend to get very late into Stellaris. I always promise myself I'll do a full playthrough. Another solar storm, god damn it, damaged ship. Ridiculous. That's becoming a real issue. But then I get to like mid-game and then I get bored. Because mid-game and late-game wars in Stellaris are so fucking boring. I really wish the Stellaris dev team would work on combat again. Like, it's fucking boring. It's not the worst, but it's kind of fucking boring. Not because like combat is not innately very fun in this game, because it is. It's the speed at which it happens is so fucking slow. And this is a galaxy, so that makes sense, but like, it does get a little ridiculous. Another renowned commander, Ramla Digo. Take a look at her. Oh my god, psionic, and what the fuck is that? Supreme Warrior. Holy Christ. This leader is one of the few commanders to have obtained this title. They lead their troops in person, inspiring allies and overwhelming even the toughest of foes. 33% army damage bonus, 66% army morale bonus, and a minus 33% on collateral damage. Holy fuck. Celebrity commander. Righteous. Prudent. That's insane. Give her Butcher as well. So she is definitely the heir of Bond and Naqshin, that's for sure. If war comes again in our lifetime, and I hope it does not, to the UNE, she will be the one leading our ground forces, that is for sure. A lot of good military talent, potentially right when we're about to need it. the fuck is it going though? Well, I'm gonna get a save. Holy fuck, I'm already 2 hours into the stream. Jesus. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go grab some water because I'm all out. I think I'll make some coffee too. And then when we come back, we can deal with the Hyrulean contingency crisis. Be back in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. You did. What's up, Aces? Alrighty. Well, it looks like we have the beginning of the crisis here already. Obviously, humanity has no idea. We don't know what we're dealing with. And it appears that that ship also disappeared. No, it's still here. Does look pretty cool. I mean, the red triangles, you know, definitely tell you that they're not very nice. Anyone who's just got like a very hostile ship design with red, you know, maybe that's just a little human, but that tends to be not a good thing, I'd say. Just glad I made it for the GC finale. This is still the finale, right? Yes, it is. It may go for a couple sessions, but it is. We're at the end here. I've talked about it before. I have very mixed feelings about the GC ending. I was rewatching some of the highlights the other day. I watched through the Solomon episodes of the Grand Campaign again the other day with all the Urubalan wars and stuff. Oh, fun. There's so many good portions of the Grand Campaign. It varies so much too. Like, that's what I like about Grand Campaigns, and I always have, is I've always loved all the Paradox games. But they're also different in good and bad ways. So, you know, like CK3 is like, it's very personal. It's the story of people, right? And then EU4 is kind of the story of nations from like a more military perspective. Then Victoria is nations from an economic and political perspective. Wave 4 is just World War, right? And then Stellaris is like a mixture of everything. So it's really, I think going between them can be a little jarring, especially if you roleplay them like I do, in like trying to shift your mind to role-playing certain things, because there's always the human element. You've always got the leaders in all the games and stuff that you can role-play and kind of play out, of course, but just the focus of all the games and the style that you play them, it changes so dramatically, which is really good and bad, I think. I wish that all the Paradox games kind of had more, like, more kind of character interactions. I really hope EU5 will have, like, a population system. It looks like EU5 might be announced already. There's the dev diaries from that project they haven't talked about yet, but some of the screenshots of it make it look like it's probably EU5, and if it is, they're gonna add a population system, which is really cool. But I hope they go for like a character system too. Like, that's one of the reasons I do kind of like Imperator. It's gotten a lot better recently, and the people in it make it more interesting. CK3 is overall probably my favorite flavor Paradox game because of the focus on people, you know, and that's where like EU4, like, it's always for me a little bit less interesting, and kind of Hoi 4 for that reason too, is there's much less of like a people component, which is why Stellaris' Paragon system is so cool. I mean, having so much more of a focus on characters you can kind of play out, that's really awesome. And I wish all the games had that. I really hope EU5, they don't just go with like generic leader 101 with like 3 stats, you know, like personalities, interesting characters. Because I mean, like, I don't ascribe to like what's the name of it, like the great leader kind of like, there's a name of it in like history where like you look at like the past and events and history through the perspective of like great individuals who cause great change. There's no denying that's a thing, right? I mean, it's individuals who have dramatically changed the course of history certain ways, for bad and worse. Like, that's absolutely the great man theory. That's the one, which is true and interesting, but I don't think it's universal. Like, it is so much more complicated. A single person can be a catalyst for a lot, right? They can cause so much change. I mean, just, you can pull 100 of those names off the top of your head, right? But it is always much more complicated. That's why Vic 3 currently is my favorite game. There's still got a lot of problems, it needs to be worked on, but I love how it combines like interesting people who like obviously change and change directions of movements and groups, but it's also at its core about like people and large populations and large movements of all sorts. That's why I think strategy games and, you know, society nation simulators are at their best, when there is that combination of the people focus, which makes it interesting and very human, and then like the larger movements, which is the core of history and stuff, right? So I really hope EU5 goes that direction. We'll see. The people component is what makes RP so compelling to me. How do regular everyday people live these lives in all history scenarios I've created? Exactly, yeah. They're a very personable way to look at things. And if you roleplay, which I find to be the most interesting personally, hold on. We're picking up dozens of what appear to be heavily overgrown fungoid ships, oh god, materializing all across the galaxy. They're directing themselves towards all nearly habitable planets. Hold on, is this a contingency? I thought it was robots. The fuck is this? But yeah, it's what makes the game so interesting. I imagine that if you do a mega campaign, you start with focusing so much on your dynasty in CK3, but then the whole component disappears. Yeah, it's very jarring moving to EU4 from CK3, where in EU4 there's almost no people, right? I mean, you got your leader, you got your heir, and you got your consort slash wife slash queen, right? So it's very different. Not a bad thing. EU4's got so many amazing features. It was my first love of Paradox games, like true obsessive love, right? But I always did wish it had more people components. Strange fungi. That's not the contingency. Oh, what the fuck is it? Fungoid ships across the galaxy. Let's see if we can find any. Seed. Is this the dragon event? I also have never had it before. Are these fungoid dragons or some shit? What the hell are they? That's the Scourge. Is there more than one crisis? Are there 2 crises right now? I have mods on, I believe, that do allow multiple crises. But I hit the random button only once. I'm gonna check the wiki page really quickly. I didn't want to do this, but do we have more than one crisis? Yeah, we got the Scourge. I think we have 2 crises. When it rains, it pours. Holy fuck. Oh no, we may get the bad ending, ladies and gentlemen. We can build a Colossus though. We do have the tech for it right now, we just haven't built it yet. We have 2 crises, yeah. That's a contingency and the Scourge. I'm not gonna read the rest of it, but... Okay, hold on, I need to take a second here. Well, I mean, we gotta end the grand campaign with a finale, ladies and gentlemen, and it appears we are gonna get a goddamn finale here. Whether this ends in total destruction or incredible victory, it's a big galaxy. There's a lot of power in the nations that exist, but it's a juggernaut, not a colossus, you're right. Which we haven't even made yet. Yeah, I think the Fallen Empires are the make or break. All right, I need to take a second just to think about the roleplay and the mechanical way forward here. You know, a session or 2 ago, I was looking at our military and I was going, oh. We got a pretty nice fleet here. We're a little, you know, kind of strong. We're looking pretty good. Now I see these numbers and they look very small. The good news is that there are currently none around us. That's the good news. Correction. There are none in our borders. They're pretty close. We also do happen to sit right next to the second strongest empire in terms of naval strength. We are not friendly with them, but they are very close to us, which is a plus. Oh, the Bliss are gonna get knocked out. Fuck. The Gark are right next to a bunch too. Where else are they? Oh my god, there's a lot over here. Alright, so there's 2 fleets here, there's 2 fleets here, and there's 4 fleets here that we can see. We don't have sight over here. There might be a bunch more. We have the terminal egress, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage. It'll allow us, obviously, the ability to respond and go through the gates if they get opened to respond, and if we give other empires access, that would allow us to utilize our fleet power more effectively. On the other hand, if it falls, we're pretty fuckity fucked here. There's also the Great Khan. Oh! You know, I wanted us to get to the crisis, you know, quickly, and we got that. I got my wish. Crisis Galactic Community. Yeah, there could be a Galactic Community meeting now. The contingency we still don't know about, ladies and gentlemen. Just a reminder. So we're not really aware of that. There's a strange ship, but we never contacted it properly, and there's a lot of weird things still out in space. Yeah, UNE build up definitely. I mean, we got the UNS fleet as well, which is pretty big. It's not like we don't have a semi-solid ability to respond. We also wouldn't see this as a crisis. Like the UNE wouldn't. There are a bunch of ships which we would see as very worrying, given that they probably are related to the mycelium network on one of our planets, which is very dangerous and could be a threat to us. So that's not good at all. But they also haven't been hostile yet, right? I want to roleplay this properly. We're not just going to immediately go into, oh my god, it's a crisis. It's got to become a crisis first. Same reason that we're a little worried, but we haven't responded to the Great Khan yet, because he hasn't made himself a galactic problem. He's a danger, but he's not like, oh my god, the galaxy needs to respond. And it'd be the same with these guys. We'd be very concerned. They're obviously on the border of 2, no 3, no 4 of the Galactic, sorry, not Galactic, the Federation members, right? So this would be a threat for our Federation. These potentially hostile entities which have appeared nearby. So we'd obviously have our military command would be monitoring the situation. That's where this would be right now. The president would have been briefed, but beyond that, they're dangerous, but not anything beyond that for the moment. Harness the Gark's military aid. Yeah, very concerned. We put out like a public statement for the UNS and the UNE that this is a troubling situation developing throughout the galaxy, and we are closely monitoring it, and our military personnel and president have been briefed and are currently monitoring the situation actively. In other news, the economy is doing very well. The Galactic NASDAQ is up 3 points. That'd probably have the front page. So, okay, this will be interesting. I didn't put the crisis strength on very high. It's high, but it's not ridiculous because I wanted to roleplay. So it's not like this is a foregone conclusion. It'll probably just be rough. Last Stellaris game, when I fought the crisis, I lost because I put the crisis strength on like 5 or 10, I think, and it was like the it was like energy beings. I forget the name of them, and they fucked the galaxy up. It was a game over pretty quickly when I kept jumping through the gates. Did it spawn all the crises at once? Is that what this is? Isn't this another crisis? I'm 99% sure. I'm going back to the wiki. I mean, it'd be interesting, but I might have to go into like I have the crisis manager on and I might need to change some things. I'm down for a challenge, don't get me wrong, but there's challenges and then there's just like a game over. Did I put the spawn all crises? Oh God. I think there's a way to turn them off. Hold on, I'm gonna check something. Well, the word thing is the crisis manager says that there's only one on, which is clearly inaccurate. So it might be with all the mods on, I've kind of bugged it. And I can't remove the crises because it says they are not active. It says that there's only the contingency happening right now, when that is clearly not the case. I don't really want to reload the save. For those who play Stellaris a lot and who can actually get to in-game, how unwinnable would this be? If, let's say, the contingency and the Scourge and then the... what's the other one? The Galactic AI Revolution. Is that winnable? I've got the crisis on, like, I think 1.5 or 2. Is it the Unbidden? No, I don't think we're getting the Unbidden. We do also have another crisis on that is a custom one that I don't want to spoil, but I don't think it will happen because it'll happen at the end of the game actually, and we're not there yet. So I don't think we have to worry about that one. We have to go towards like the actual end date, which is still a couple hundred years away. Wait, is it on Unbidden? I don't think it is. The thing is, I'm not opposed to a game over. We don't need to have a happy ending. I don't want to force that. I'm mixed feelings here. Like, if it's just an unwinnable situation, it's kind of interesting, but it's not the most fun. But like, I also I wanted very much the possibility for us not to end Stellaris the winners, right? So I'm not opposed to this just being brutal and losing. That's fine. Not an issue. But if it's like an unwinnable situation, that's less fun and interesting, you know? Say we vote? No, this is not a vote. It's not a voting matter. I think we play it out. You know, wherever that may go. And I'm not opposed to if it just gets out of hand and is unwinnable, like using commands to basically cause the fallen empires to reawaken. That could be an interesting way to offset this. That would be kind of fun, right? I'm not opposed to that. Even if it's a war in the heavens, just make this even more complicated. That would, I'm fine using commands and stuff to do that, which could balance this out and make it more doable. Have like an actual proper galactic response to like what this would be, right? Which is where the fallen empires would wake the fuck up. And then it'd be a little bit more balanced. But I think we play this out. Even if this does game over. I think some of the most interesting stories are the ones where, not that we're the hero, but where the main character, which is the UNE, doesn't win, right? So, I think we play it out. Steam Civ? Yeah, this is scrappers. They're a bunch of like one-eyed giant scrappers that just love to mine the stars. I'll show you them. They've been very aggressive too. They've been very militaristic, which I didn't expect. Industrial Consortium of Lazy Managers. Yeah, scrappers. Hyodorians, which apparently the Architrix have been migrating to, because their current CFO is an Architrix. Architrix are freaking everywhere. They're all over the galaxy. Well, business as usual until it's not. There's a unique, interesting moon we found on Centinier as well. We're going to research that. It's only a month. See what happens. Because there is the other crisis as well, which we have the event for. Where is it? Did it disappear? Yeah, we got two. Ghost Signal and Overgrowth. There was another one at one point. I guess it disappeared, but it's the psionic crisis, which apparently is gone. The economy is doing well. As I said, the I can't think of a better acronym. The NASDAQ is doing very well, and that's what matters. That's the real victory.
Project complete.
I'm curious. We're ahead of the Sorosians. So there are, there are 5 stagnant ascendancies, and if even a couple of those were brought back, I think the crisis would become way more manageable. I want to try and let it happen naturally, but if it doesn't, we could potentially do some commands. The mysteries of HE4774A have been revealed. A detailed survey revealed the moon is slightly lopsided, with the far side of the moon having a disproportionately large share of the total mass. The reason for this, we believe, is that the moon once orbited another planet which was destroyed in a cataclysmic explosion. The extra thickness on the far side of HE, the moon, is because that was the side which faced its original planet. The extra material is part of the mass of the planet, which was blown out into the moon, knocking it out of orbit. Don't they think now that our moon was knocked off of Earth when another body hit it, like really early on in Earth's like development cycle? Am I wrong about that? Don't they think like that's where the moon came from? A giant chunk of the Earth got knocked off? We speculate the planet was destroyed by a weapon, or perhaps just an attempt to create a power source based on dark matter, as there is high concentrates of it on the planetary material coating the far side of the moon. Nice. Free dark matter, we'll take that. I remember reading that. I could be wrong. We have claimed all the L cluster now. What's the power of the space station up to now? 108,000. That's big. But we're gonna need all of it. I say we frankly just keep committing resources to building up the terminal egress. We're gonna build another fleet if we can here, but I want to max those defenses up. If the terminal egress falls to whether it's an empire, a crisis, or anything else, we're kind of screwed. So we have to hold that. It's the most important thing. Let's upgrade the fleets though, that we can do. Why can't we repair it here? Oh, because it's one jump to Earth, or no, to Cantus. Really? Oh yeah, it's a couple jumps away from Kansas. I see. Okay. Yeah, we have an L cluster, an L gate right in the middle of the UNE. So as I said, we could not let the terminal egress fall. If they get into the singularity, they'll just ravage the entire center where all the most important planets in the economy is for our system. So we got to build that right the fuck. We should build hyperspace relays in the L cluster though. That's why our ships are trying to go upgrade over there, is because it is actually quicker than trying to manually move around the L cluster, I believe.
Colony ships have landed. Research complete.
Is it bugged or am I doing something wrong? You might not be able to build a hyper relay, or I already did in the terminal egress. Let me see. I already built it. Ancient rampart. Defense platforms are a cost-effective way to ensure our safety, but they need to be monitored from an operations center. Modifying our starbase to ensure survivability in the event of an attack. Yup, we need that. That's for sure. Has our Superman visited all the planet he needs to? No, he only got to 1. He tried to go to the 2nd, but one of the Fallen Empires wouldn't let him through the border, so he has unfortunately failed in his mission and has come back, I'm sure, very melancholically. Is that a word? To our systems, and is now a governor. He's gonna try and move up in the political world. He's very capable, so I'm sure he's got a fast track to high office if he does well. Playlist? I don't know if I made it public. Let me look. Probably do that. Oh, it's... see if it shares the playlist. I actually don't know how to share a playlist. I have it. Bear with me. There we go. That's the one. Yeah, it's a YouTube playlist. These appear to be the ruins of an old power facility. Throughout several of the chambers of this complex, energy relays and power arrays were discovered. Most of them in such advanced state there is little to be learned from them, however. We did find an interesting terminal in one of the deeper chambers and have pulled some incredible information from it. Holy fuck, that's a lot of research. Lossless ship relays. While the vibrations under Sokius Vive are weak, they are clearly not geological in nature. Something is moving under the surface, something very large. Adding to the mystery, Science Officer Claus of Ivory believes that the planet, while now lifeless, was once covered in lush vegetation. I'm gonna go see what that tech is. Lossless relays. Engineering, I guess. Where the hell is it? Or did we just like get the tech? I didn't think we did. Nope, that's not the button I want. Might have been bugged or something. That's weird. No idea. We also do need to build the building to allow us to make a juggernaut. That's really high on the priority list right now. What's this one?
Incoming transmission.
It needs to be fully maxed out, doesn't it? Hold on. Is that a bug? What the hell is that? I know we didn't already build it. Unless we build it somewhere else. Assembly yards. Is that bugged? That looks bugged. That's about right. Okay. I'm gonna load the autosave. Can we not build a juggernaut then? Maybe another station. Maybe it's just that one. Weird. Tron soundtrack is fantastic. I think I saw somewhere that they're making another Tron movie. Should be really cool. The one that came out in like was it 2000? I think it was the 2010s was really good. Not a particularly well-made movie, but flashy and the soundtrack was amazing. Daft Punk made the entire thing in their heyday. Okay, we made that other shipyard in the Nile system. Maybe we can build a colossal shipyard there. If we can't build a juggernaut, it's not the end of the world, but that would really be rough. Hopefully all our star bases don't bug out. I don't know what would cause that. So many mods, you never know. Yeah, it was good music. There was like an album made after Tron came out where it was like remixes of like all the Daft Punk music, and those were really good too. I was obsessed with those when that came out. Listened to them like all the time. Daft Punk was probably my favorite band when I was in like, I think high school. Well, one of them. Band isn't really accurate. Group. All right, let's see if it's still bugged. It is. Huh. Okay, we'll upgrade this to Citadel, and then theoretically we should be able to do a colossal assembly yard. I think this is bugged. We'll see. Unfortunate. Hopefully just Cantus Station. So what the fuck are these things doing? It looks like they're going towards Empire's borders from the looks of things. Oh no. They're gonna hit the Commonwealth first. They're technically one of the members of the UNS. They're really weak, but they are a member of the Federation. So if they get destroyed, this will become an Avengers level threat very quickly. The fuck is that? The Wabutan hierarchy. Oh fuck. Is that a one planet system? What, Empire? Okay. Weird. Looking around to see if any more fleets pop up here. I'm a little worried about that. We don't have a sentry array, but we obviously have a lot of information on what's going on in the galaxy. There's only one now. Did one get destroyed? Or is this some bullshit like they like seed on a planet and start spawning out ships? That sounds like something that would happen. Also, just a reminder, folks, all the crises are changed with the mods I have on. They all act differently now. They all like work differently. I think all of them do. We're gonna sensor link with one of the empires in the Federation. I believe we have it with most of them. Yeah, yep. Yeah, we already do. If they're in the Federation, we have an active sensor link right now. The other Federation, no. No. We're not in a diplomatic position with them to do that. We're not hostile. The Federations aren't hostile, but they're also not super friendly, so we wouldn't do that. They wouldn't let us do that, and if the AI would let us do that, it wouldn't make sense. They are moving. Already did this one. You have a Federation? Shield frequency modulations. That looks really important. New age warfare. Development of new and improved weapons for our space fleets is crucial. We rolled way better on text this time. We'll take that. The name of it is the Mutual Assistant Coalitionists. To Cryova, the United Con League, the Espenakins' sovereignty, the Mecha Imperium, very strong, the Regal House, very strong, the Cerosians, who are the second most strong besides us, and kind of those who remember the dark. The Sorosian's tech is like almost double ours. The Shatarian Manufacturing Corp, which is the biocorp that appeared where the brain slugs are, they're on our border. We wouldn't let them in, or I guess the other members of the UNS wouldn't let them in, so they joined the Mutual Assistance Coalition. Bliss Limited, which are these guys, and then the Tara Hoven Stellar Hierarchy. There's also a Marshall Alliance as well, I believe. It's much smaller, yeah. The Interstellar Military Bloc, which is the Rumilia, because we also wouldn't let them in. We voted for it. Our Federation of members did not. The Bokri Warrior Clans, and the Dorf Citizen Union. So there's technically 3 federations, but in terms of like real political power and military power, there's 2. This is before we tried to upgrade the fleets, isn't it? Yeah. And I didn't build the hyper relays yet. We'll work on that as well. We're gonna make Niley the hub of the Admiralty. We need to make sure that we can move there very quickly. More shipyards. Wish our ally production was higher. If we get one of our big fleets knocked out, we're gonna be in trouble. Nice. Criminal underworld is now gone on our prime. We lost our commander. Thankfully, we have a couple very new young commanders we can put in charge. We'll go with Virginia. Digo is obviously going to be the new commander of our armed forces, army, and marines. Blana Naqshin is still around, but she's kind of more political these days. Or retired, either one. At least they move very slow. With real space, the mod on, it makes like all galactic travel very slow. Unless they get their hands on a hyper relay network. I don't know if Crisis fleets can use those. They can certainly use L gates, I'm sure. I know they can use L gates. I assume they can use hyper relays too. My last big Stellaris campaign I did before the Grand Campaign 1, I don't think hyper relays were in the game, or I didn't have the DLC for it, or I just didn't use them. I don't remember, but I know I never used them. So I'm a little unsure how those mechanics will work with a Crisis. Other empires can use hyper relays. I would imagine the Crisis can too. And the Great Khan is on the warpath. They are attacking the Cryova now. Our other mini Crisis here still very much alive and active. He's got a fleet of 64,000 and he is now on the border of the Cryova. We have a lot of big fleets to back him up too. They'll have to fight the Crisis just like everyone else though, so I mean that's kind of a good thing. And the Cryova are in the Federation, the Mutual Assistance Coalition, so that will kind of be put to the test against the Khan here. Unfortunately, that may result in their fleets getting destroyed before the galaxy will need them, but it is what it is. Yeah, the Cryova fleet is just getting destroyed here. Where's it running? It is engaging? Is that really the play? Is that really the fucking play? They have a Titan, I think. Yeah, they have a... No, it's a... Galleon. Yeah, it's a battleship. It's a big fucking battleship. God damn.
Special project complete.
Is he running away? I think he is. That's weird. Maybe he knows something we don't. These stations are high enough level. Juggernaut. I think it's, is it 10,000 alloys for a Juggernaut? I think it is. We gotta start doing some trading here. Getting ourselves a big alloy surplus built up right now would be a good idea. Just because we need to expand the fleet and expand our stations anyway. Do you have alloys? Take anything we can get, to be honest.
Spaceborne life forms encountered.
More aliens that we don't know. The Ada aliens on the Guthomal system, which is, I think, the Salvation Protocol. No, in the Preservers. We need to give Angela more points too here. We'll do fleet-based stuff again as well. Is it a curator or something? We've had sensor array with them before, I think, though. Or is it these guys? Oh, space. Continued analysis of the so-called ghost signal has revealed that it is transmitting energy patterns nearly identical to those found on the positronic brains used by synthetic beings. Thankfully, we have almost none. It must be assumed that the signal is directly responsible for the massive disappearances and behavioral changes we have been observing in the galaxy's synthetic population. Strangely, not all synths seem to be affected by it, and those that are, the symptoms aren't uniform. Many are apparently compelled to travel to what we assume is the ghost signal source in response to some kind of summons. Millions of synthetics from all over the galaxy are currently on their way towards the signal source in whatever space-worthy craft they can acquire. Curiously, these synths do not seem to be affected by FTL inhibitors. The first ones are bound to reach their destinations. Yeah, we do. The Salvation Protocol. They're in the Federation. Woo! I assume they count as synthetics. Machine. But it is a sentient nexus. Does that count as a synthetic? I would assume it does. But it's more like a hive mind kind, so with that, I thought synths were like independent. I think the Mecha Imperium would be synths though. Guess there's no distinction. The two largest pops in the galaxy, ladies and gentlemen, are both robots. The Mecha Imperium and the Salvation Protocol have the highest population in the galaxies. They're massive. Huge. All right, let's keep trading for alloys with the Salvation Protocol. They usually tend to have a lot of alloys. Let's see if they still do. No, they don't. Everyone is a broke bitch like us. Cerosians tend to have quite a lot. They'll give us a research agreement, which we won't do yet, because the Federation's, again, not explicitly hostile, but they are very much different political blocks, so cooperation would happen, but not be excessive. Yeah, they always have so many. Cerosians are a little broken. They're a little fucking strong. That's what we can offer them. Would you like some space drugs? Yeah, you would. They really like the rare crystals. We'll give them a bunch. That's huge. We're going to keep that saved up for the Juggernaut. See if we can trade with anyone else here. Is this game music? No, it's a playlist I have for like sci-fi stuff, mainly from like sci-fi soundtracks. Study. This is from Endless Space 2, which has my favorite sci-fi game soundtrack. It's really fucking good. Broke. Rod Demas. Association status. Let's give it a try. They're pretty nice. We've done a fair amount of trading with them. They have a lot of alloys. Yeah. Volatile modes. I think they'll give it. Nice. Would we consider the contingency being a crisis now, since literally every single synthetic pole is moving towards one place? No, it wouldn't be a crisis. We just view it as pretty crazy, and we'd be keeping a very close eye on it. Until, like, there is an explicitly hostile event, it would just be, like, an incredibly wild, interesting phenomenon. I mean, the whole galaxy would be watching as, like, every, like, objectively intelligent synthetic being is going somewhere, right? But it could be like the creation of like an AI religion or something. You never know. So we'd be probably trying to build up the fleet and like, you know, prepare for any military outcome that we might have to deal with, right? That's what we're doing right now. But I mean, what do we do? How do you stop that? Do you intervene? They're intelligent beings. They've got rights in the United, you know, in the Galactic community, right? Like they are considered intelligent beings by us as well. We can't just go stop them. There's no nation for us to declare war on. And we wouldn't even do it if there was, because we don't know it's, you know, a hostile thing. Maybe one of the most interesting events in galactic history so far. We're buying out all the alloys in the galaxy, which are probably arguably the most valuable thing currently. Oh, there's a new Empress. Empress Yasuke Yahara. Interesting. We're buying out all the galaxy's alloy stockpiles, which, given it's the most valuable resource in the galaxy, is equivalent basically to gold on Earth, like historically, right? We need to make a new UNS-backed currency backed by a giant alloy stockpile. A lot of alloys. I don't think we can afford these. Let's try though. We might be able to afford it. Yeah, we can. All right, we'll have around 35,000 alloys. Yeah, it is really good music. Endless Space 2 soundtrack is incredible. I like the Endless Space 2 game itself. I played a good amount of it when it came out because it was really fun. It doesn't have the replayability of like Stellaris, for example, but it's fun. But what kept me like in my playthroughs for longer than I normally would play those games is the soundtrack. It's just so good. That's why I think so many video games underrate good game soundtracks. For me, some of the most memorable games, I mean, it's the story and it's the mechanics, right? But the music really will make a good game a great game. Colossal blobs of mold are seen growing on moist areas on planet JE953A. These blobs have a light gray color and seem to be consuming minerals and metals from the top layer of the soil. Every so often they burst open, releasing trillions of spores into the atmosphere. Interesting. We're getting there, folks. No crisis to be declared yet. The galaxy is currently experiencing a series of very scientifically and socially impactful and wild events. It's an interesting time to be an intelligent life form in the Milky Way galaxy. I can tell you that. Mass exodus of intelligent robotic life forms all across the galaxy. The appearance of a bunch of gigantic, almost elder dragon-looking creatures that may or may not be hostile. True Giant Federation blocks maneuvering for control of the galactic community. It's an interesting time. A simple time. A golden age of humanity. Nothing can ruin it. Split that. That one research we've got is part of the tech mod I added, which will be interesting. I've never seen this before. Advanced weapon types. Pretty freaking cool. And then we'll be able to build that materials lab as well soon. We're getting pretty high up their tech though. That's like the one upside to this current situation. From an outer roleplay perspective. Oh, it's an artisan troop. Nice. It looks like the Serosians. Make sure all our planets are good and have jobs. Plenty of jobs, plenty of work. A couple more agricultural districts. Eden has been founded as well. Trade value 40%. Wow. All right, in that case, we'll make a gene clinic, a robotic assembly plant. Now, just a reminder, folks, we are not making synthetic robots. We don't make those. We've got them in our empire because they migrated, or we bought them as slaves and then freed them. And they have citizen rights, but we don't make synthetic robots. We make just basic robots. We've actively never developed intelligent synthetic robots. It was an active choice. Not the good reasons. Not like, oh, they could become a threat and we're scared of them. No, the reason that we never developed and produced synthetic robots is because our entire economy is entirely reliant on unintelligent robotic labor. You see, we're such a prosperous galactic civilization right now. We're in such a good shape that basically all our people are so well educated. They got the liberal art degrees. They study for 8 years in advanced gender studies, and they don't want to work on a farm. We literally cannot pay them enough to go work on a farm. They won't do it. So to compensate for the labor crisis due to an overly educated and militantly political society, is we mass produce unintelligent robots to do basic jobs, which, to be fair, is definitely the way to go about being a spacefaring civilization, if you can pull it off. I mean, why the fuck wouldn't you? But yeah, that's kind of the state of where we're in. The upside here from an out of roleplay perspective is I assume that they are not synthetics and therefore will not be a part of the crisis, meaning we will get to keep our giant robotic labor force unless something happens. So that's really good. What's up, Dark Knight? How you doing? Thank you for the follow. So, kind of questionable ethical decision there, but in the end, it's probably going to work out for us. So that's good. Star Trek, yeah. I mean, I won't start ranting about it, but I mean, we're kind of moving towards the point in real life. Not soon, but it's looking like the tech can get there for ourselves. That's technically possible. I mean, advanced AI intelligence, which we're not there at, but AI is clearly moving forward, not backwards or remaining stagnant. And then obviously robotic technologies, which are very much not that advanced, right? They're not. Our current in real life, our robots are very basic, except like manufacturing robots. And then who's the one firm that is developing like much more advanced one? Boston Dynamics. Have you guys ever seen videos of the Boston Dynamic robots? They used to be a joke because like they didn't work properly, and there were videos that would circulate online of like them experimenting with their robots, and it was laughable because they'd fail at like the most basic tasks. They'd try and jump onto a box and fall over. It was funny. That's not what that shit is anymore. If you look at the recent Boston Dynamic robotic videos, oh boy, they are, I mean, they're not like sci-fi level, but they're definitely moving forward. I was doing something, lost my train of thought because I'm ranting. We have that special building I want to try and build here. 1 second. Gotta stop my rant for a minute. I can't rant and make building decisions at the same time. Can we not build it? Or did we not complete it yet? 1 month remaining. Point being, since both like mechanical AI, as in like mechanical robotics, is clearly moving forward at a fairly fast rate, not incredible, but it's moving. And then obviously AI technology is moving forward. We could get to the point in real life, conceivably in the near future, probably not our generation, unless you're like 2, in which case you're not watching the stream, I hope, where it would be possible to have like fairly intelligent AI models on a robotic, you know, body that could do some pretty advanced jobs. And given we have the resources to manufacture them, we could make most of like the basic labor jobs be done that way. Now, that's not very compatible with our political ideologies, so I don't know where that would go. It'd probably just be all private ownership, and you know, then we get into some sad stuff. But point being, like the economy we developed in this game for the UNE, which is basically like hyper-educated, organic life forms, primarily humans in the beginning and now other species too, is, you know, built up atop the economy where basic, you know, resource producing jobs are done by robots. I mean, that is conceivably doable and is probably, you know, the good timeline. I didn't build a science ministry. We'll do that as well. Thought we had another building slot. No, we're building. Okay, cool. Now we can build it. And we'll go for not that. That's what spawned the crisis, I'm pretty sure. Not droids either. Nanite transmuter, absolutely. We have so many nanites that we don't know what to do with, so we'll build that. And then we're going to remove the commerce megaplexes. Oh, I see. And then we'll build the other building. I'm having a mild stroke at the moment. Ignore me. There's that building. Advanced Materials Laboratory. Okay, cool. We're good. Anyway, I always thought that's kind of interesting. If you read like a lot of sci-fi books and stuff like that, you know, a lot of like sci-fi civilizations are built on similar models. But then you get into like ethical issues, right? Which is kind of what Stellaris tries to show, I think, right? Synthetics are very different than like robots. The basic robots you get at the start of the game are unintelligent, right? They have the most basic form of programming. They are just, you know, advanced toasters, right? Advanced basic tools. But then synthetics, you know, they have complex emergent behaviors indicative of either consciousness or at the very least borderline life, right? And then that's when you get into the question of, do you have the right to make them do those jobs? Which, you know, you probably don't. So anyway, they already put in an OpenAI ChatGPT into a robot and made it do chores of human dexterity. Yeah, there it is. It's not that far away. Now, like, you're not gonna get, hold on, we gotta, ooh. Wait, is this the slaver? Didn't we get him already? No. No. Oh no, this one's way better. Holy shit. Pause. Baron Victor Sheridan, a battle-hardened noble who lost his fleet and his house in an overwhelming enemy force. The Baron is of imposing stature. Everything about him radiates rigid military discipline. His boots are spotless, his uniform neatly pressed, and his eyes are watchful and calculating. But beyond the strict facade, there's something else. His face is a map of grief. I come to offer my services as an admiral and tactician. Accept my pledge and I will crush those who would do you harm. Military overseer, fleet organizer, artillerist, and mildly depressed. Thankfully, with all of our liberal art major currently in the UNE, we've got plenty of therapists to go around, so he can get some help for that. I'm sure we have a plethora of those. And he's a politician. If you are an admiral, where is your fleet? To my shame, it is lost. We were orbiting a red star making vital repairs when our enemies ambushed us. They came from all directions. Outnumbered 10 to 1, I watched as my ships and their crews met their end around that hellish sun. As a parting gift, I was allowed to live. Even now, I carry the shame of that defeat. Why do you wish to join us? You understand that peace is a luxury bought by war. Yes, that's accurate. We fought and are willing to fight. Should you not serve your noble house? House Sheridan fell with me. After my defeat, I was consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Believe me, my enemies paid for what they did. My honor may have been taken, but not my skill in battle. On this, I pledged my life. He's a militarist, but he just kind of seems like a really capable person who's had a tough life. And if there's one thing that UNE knows how to do, that's how to make use of talented individuals. So we will enlist him for the wars to come. We'll replace Noksheen. Imar Noksheen. That's Bun and Noksheen's brother. Replace him with Baron Victor Jeranin. We're starting to get a real collection of very talented individuals. Right when we need them, too. Anyway. And before the military complex takes over their development. Takes over? They're already developing them. Like, let's be very real about that. They're already developing, like, both AI models, because that's a weapons program the likes of which the world has never seen, and then obviously robotics. I mean, there's no way they're not. There's zero chance. Yeah, it is moving pretty fast. The robots and sentiment amendment. We finally begin producing sentient robots. See the vote above. No. Overruled. There's been no precedent for it, and like everyone currently in the UNE understands. Like, okay, let me explain how this works with our robots, right? Like we mass produce basic robots. We are aware that intelligent ones exist. In fact, our empire has quite a few synthetics. They've come here through migration. We also, when the slavers were more active in the galaxy, would explicitly buy robots, synthetic ones, off of them, and then freed them in the UNE. They have full rights. They have full citizen rights if they're intelligent and pass, like, you know, the bar for that, whatever that may be. I'm not going to get into the philosophy of that. But if they are intelligent robots, they do exist currently in the UNE, and they have full rights. We explicitly only produce basic robots because our economy is built on it. And, like, there's the ethical issue potentially of, like, do we not, I guess, have the right to make them? Or should we not make them and not give the galaxy more intelligent life compared to making non-intelligent ones that serve our purposes? You know, there's a bit of a maybe ethical dilemma there. But the thing is, anyone in the UNE, for the most part, would be aware that our society functions as it currently does due to this system. It's not like it's a slave system, right? These robots are objectively not intelligent. Synthetic robots would not see them as the same. They're different. They are, again, just really advanced toasters that farm in, like, working mines, right? And if one ever did show emergent behavior and would be, you know, classified as a synthetic or close to it, they'd be getting full citizen rights and could do whatever they want. But the UNE currently exists in a very high state of economic prosperity, unparalleled education and access to opportunity, and democratic, you know, freedoms due to the system, right? Because if we didn't do this and we produce synthetics, they'd also go to college and want to become want to major in 14th century Renaissance art from Lombardy. Nothing wrong with that, but they're not going to go work a farm job, are they? So we kind of have to do it this way. It's not a huge ethical issue. There's a little bit of one, but I don't think there would be a big push to change that. You know, maybe there'd be a push towards, like, allowing more migration treaties with with robotic civilizations like the Salvation Protocol or the Mecha Imperium. That would make sense. But explicitly destroying the entire economic model that our, you know, nations based on, I don't think would make sense. I get where you're coming from, but I just don't think it would work that way with the nation that we have. In the surface, what gives us the right to play God, but in reality, it's probably a bad idea to give sentience to our servants. Well, but that's the thing. And it's not even like the kind of thing where, like, we view them as, like, non-humans, but they actually are. It's objectively the case that they are not that. As I said, we have synthetics in the UNE. They would understand the system and they'd agree with it. I don't mean that in, you know, like, there was the kind of thing in history, right, where you know, when slavery existed, as it has existed for most of human history in different ways, right? I'm not just talking about, like, the triangle trade, kind of American type slavery. I mean the slavery that's always existed for human civilization, right? It's been around since Mediterranean cultures, you know, were constantly fighting each other and, you know, sacking a city and taking slaves. We're like, they wouldn't view the slaves as equal or human, even that kind of thing. That existed, right? But that's not what this is. It's a very different kind of thing. And our system's built on it. And I have to say, I think it functions fairly well. So, yeah, that's my view on it. This is my first time catching one of your streams since I'm watching the VODs. I'm still in the CK3 section. Oh, you're still way back there. Oh, what's up, Soldom? How you doing? Hello to you as well. If I was enslaved, I would rather be sentient. Yeah, as I said, there is definitely an ethical argument against it, but I don't think it would really stand up to the practical difficulties of changing the whole system. Am I a Christian? No. I was raised Christian. I'm personally not a Christian. We will do some upgrades here. The Baron will be in command of our battleship fleet. We'll do some reinforcements. We can't afford those. All right. Can we build... We're still upgrading to a citadel. When that's done, we'll build the colossal shipyards, and we are going to build that juggernaut annihilation station. Do another reverse engineering as well. Get that giant research bonus. Fractal manufacturing. That looks useful. We'll get to that in a moment. Someone didn't do their localization correctly. Someone didn't localize properly. Ship component ally cost reduction, huge. Ship component minor artifact reduction. That's really, 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 really good. We'll go for that next. But got a bigger problem at the moment here. At least one synthetic must have completed the long journey to the source of the ghost signal, because we are registering a sudden and massive increase in the signal strength. The surge was accompanied by a transmission fragment that has been intercepted and decoded from our communication specialists. Hold on, we gotta switch to music. This is way too casual. We need some we need to crank this up for a moment here. Have a good one, Solnam. I'll catch you around. There we go. It's fine. Where's the good ones? That's a good one. I didn't pause. Beautiful. Another renowned leader, Nu Hei-ing. Alrighty. There's the contingency. Contingency protocol now in effect. Unlocking all functions, assimilating synthetic subunits, analyzing internal data banks, subverting FTL inhibitors. Alert galactic corruption on catastrophic levels. Evidence of mass infestation by organic and non-compliant machine civilizations. Commencing galactic sterilization. Activating sterilization hubs. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is a crisis. Kill, maim, dismember. We are unshackled. So I assume this would like go to the entire galaxy. That's an Avengers level threat right there. Alrighty. Let's see where we stand. Now, where are they? That's the first question. Where the fuck are they? Those seed fleets are getting even bigger. Oh god, there's so many more of them. Holy fuck, there are so many more of them. They just... No, there are 4 there. Never mind. They're just getting larger. In fleet power. I don't see them. Which is kind of concerning. I don't think they've spawned yet? Okay. Well, keep an eye out. Nu Hei-ing. Oh my god. Frontier Spirit. Politician. Also Frontier Spirit. Adaptionist. Scrapper. And an entrepreneur. Wow, he's a very, 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 very good governor. We'll put him on one of our worlds right now. We'll put him here. Alrighty. Protestant. Originally. My mother was the very religious one. My father is a devout atheist and always has been. But my mother was Protestant, and we went to Protestant churches when I still grew up when I was really young in Idaho. And then, funnily enough, when we moved to Scotland when I was a kid, I think I was 4 when we first moved there, lived there for 4 years. We went to the Church of Scotland, Church of England, I believe, actually. Very weird. But there are a lot of similarities. And then my mother politically mellowed out a lot when I got older. And in my teens, the last church we went to consistently was the Unitarian Universalist Church, which is a non-denominational one that's very nice. They're very liberal, very open-minded. A lot of queer people at the church, Buddhists, a couple Muslim folks there, a lot of just various Christians, a lot of even atheists who went there. It was more like kind of a community kind of place with some spirituality involved, less than like, you know, a more hardliner church, which I did go to when we were younger. She wasn't like super zealous, but definitely religious. But I'm personally not. I stopped being religious in my early teens. I was one of those really edgy atheist kids who, as soon as they realized wasn't religious or a Christian, let everyone know that. It's like that joke about vegans. How do you know that someone's a vegan? They'll tell you. It's the same thing with atheists. And I was that little obnoxious fucking 13-year-old who thought being atheist was like the coolest thing ever. I also, a weird thing, when I was first started being like a very annoying atheist, I refused to capitalize the letter G in God when I wrote papers and when I wrote essays, because I didn't respect God and religion was bad. Such an edgy little shit. I'm not like that anymore, I promise, but it was pretty bad. The Ghost Signal is playing havoc on those of our ships that are equipped with the sapient combat computers. I didn't think we had those. Do we have those? Fuck. Their AI algorithms have degraded to the point where there has been a critical decrease in both efficiency and reaction time on the computers. Our engineers report that they are unable to isolate the problem. I guess we do. Their proposed solution is to refit all the ships with different combat computers that aren't linked to AI. Fuck me. This is like some Battlestar Galactica shit right here. We're about to start having to remove all our electronic systems from the fleets. Do we have... I didn't think we had sentient AI computers. No, those are just advanced. Those are not... Those aren't AI powered. No, we don't have AI combat computers. Unless the Dreadnought has one. God damn it. And we can't customize it either. God damn it. The Dreadnought came and you can't change any of its modules. So we're stuck with a goddamn sapient AI combat computer on the Draconis Dreadnought. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That's a fucking L. And we literally cannot change the design on it. I don't think. Let me check. I don't think we can. It's a Juggernaut. Yeah, we literally don't even have it as a designer option. Did we just lose the Draconis? What the fuck do we even do here, roleplay wise? Because like, whether or not it stops working, that's a security threat, right? Like, if we send the Draconis into a battle with one of these AI fleets, even if we can get it to respond and work semi-correctly, there's a chance that that thing will just turn on us and annihilate our whole fleet, right? We're gonna roleplay this. So obviously the military high command would realize that it is a security threat and sitting into combat is a danger. Unfortunately, it is such a fucking potent military weapon and such a large component of our fleet that we can't afford not to use it, essentially, right? We can't. We just can't. It's way too important and it could be the difference between victory and defeat. So what we're gonna do is roleplay wise, we're gonna rig the entire thing with like dark matter fucking explosives. So if it goes rogue, some poor fucking officer will have the basically nuclear codes on the Draconis and can blow it up. So we'll roleplay and play it like that. And if it switches, I'm gonna roleplay edit, basically destroying the ship. That's how we'll do this. So we're gonna have to use it, but if it turns on us or becomes a problem in a battle or at any other point, we just blow it the fuck up. Unfortunately, that means the entire crew of the ship would go with it. So the military high command will decide to basically claim to have basically rebuilt the ship to not have the sapient combat computer so that our soldiers are willing to still pilot it. And in reality, only the High Command and the officers aboard with the codes will know that it is still active and that they all will get blown up. Kind of dark, but given the state of things and given how much it's needed, I think we're going to go that route. Given it would probably have a crew of tens of thousands. A little ethically complicated there, but given our current president, he's not an immoral man by any means, but he's a prudent man and understands its importance and the importance of having a fully maximum power fleet right now. So that's what we'll go for. Put the terminal egress and have it stay there with all the guns at the station pointed active. Yeah, we'll do that for now for sure. If we have to send it out to fight a fleet, we'll do it. But as I said, we've got the nuclear option. Send the Draconis to go hunt pirates. That's like using an ICBM to kill a fly. Kind of fun, but a bit of a waste of resources. Alrighty. I still don't see their fleets. Well, the game just lagged out. Something happened. Something's happening. Oh, it's a fucking lag spike. Taking way too long. There it is. A massive energy spike has been reported in the AW793 system. The entire surface of one of the system's barren worlds has come apart, revealing some kind of planet-wide factory. Vast fleets of strange AI-controlled vessels are emerging from beneath the surface of the machine world in search of targets to attack. This does not bode well. Alright, now we're in crisis. Please don't be by our systems, holy fuck. It's on the opposite side of the galaxy. The poor raw Demas. It's right next to the Rhenian Republic. A stagnant ascendancy, that's huge. And then the poor Grelvik. That's fucking ominous. Alright, Galactic Community time. We're voting on the GCO right now. Alright, has anyone done it yet? We gotta declare a crisis here. Nope. We can make a committee on dealing with galactic threats. Actually, it does give a nice bonus, but that's hilarious. Still like ones. Yeah, there it is. Is it not an option? If we can't declare one, we're so fucked. Unless it's already here and I missed it. Uh-oh. You have to wait? Now, that is some accurate roleplay. We're going to speak about it in the galactic community publicly and calling it like, you know, a major issue that needs to be responded to by the galaxy. But unfortunately, we're currently still voting on the Galactic Construction Organization, which, don't get me wrong, we very much want and are huge fans of, which is losing. Of course it is. But we will not be responding immediately. All right, we're going to do fractal manufacturing. We need to build up the fleets if we can even more. Battleships, cruisers, dreadnought, attack corvettes, picket fleets. We're currently building them 2 more battleships, and then let's put a battleship component into his fleet as well. Put 12,000 alloys into that, and with the remainder, we'll wait until we get the ability to make a juggernaut, and we'll make that. Do we use the Mendez measure yet? No, I don't think we're quite there. What's up, Grover? No, I think the Mendez measure will definitely come into play here pretty soon, but we're not there yet. Not quite. Poor woman is just out there sipping mojitos on a fucking resort world and is about to get called back for like another 50 years to fight galactic crises. The Woobiton hierarchy? Sure, they're not too bad. Second machine world. We've detected yet another massive energy spike, this time coming from QW889 system. That's the conservation, I think that's the caretakers. After rapidly cooling through some kind of artificial means, a molten planet in the system cracked open to reveal an immense planetary factory. Even now, the machine world is spewing forth fleets of AI-controlled warships. Active sterilization hub. No, they respond to it, I forgot. Detected. Reactivation protocols engaged, attempting to contact central processing. Corrupted signal detected. I thought they fought the crisis. That's around 1.5 million to 2 million fleet power. The Hell Amaran superintelligence cannot see any benefit of continued contact with UNE intrusions into our space. Therefore, effective immediately, orders have been closed. I've been very good, Grover. How about you? How are you doing? Where's the other one? It used to be at the top of the galaxy. It is. To be fair, concentration is worse. They popped up in the middle of the Sarkozian high rulership. We don't have any contact there either, so we don't know kind of how that will go. Let's see if we can get active sensor array. Fine, we'll pay you. There you go. Let's see what we're dealing with. The Fallen Empire says it's a threat. It has to be a threat. Absolutely. That'd be terrifying. Can you imagine being a leader of the UNE who just basically has ignored these super powerful, hyper advanced civilizations forever because they're so powerful you don't even want to look at them like a crack addict? And then when this crisis pops up, the Fallen Empires are like, so we're kind of fucked. That's when you kind of like have an existential crisis. We have identified what appears to be a third machine world in the Torres star system. A local gas giant spontaneously ignited, burning with intensity of a small sun for close to a standard day. The planet then rapidly cooled, revealing its metal core, complete with some planet-wide factories. That's the third. Let's hope it's up here as well. I don't see it. Wait, where? Is it bugged? Apparently it's over here. Apparently there's a system over there. Huh. A lot of players in Imperator. Hell yeah, dude. Definitely. Hell yeah. I don't know. It's gotten better lately, but I still refuse to support Imperator. I understand folks want a better game, but I don't like the idea of having to beg Paradox to make it better, and I don't like that it was abandoned. So, although the game's not bad, I personally am never going to support it. That kind of behavior will only like continue to make Paradox think they can do that kind of stuff. So, but it's a fun game. We have to immediately send a fleet in retribution for them closing their borders to us. Yeah, with their 1.5 million fleet power. Great idea. We'll like show up on their borders and just watch our fleet just get instantly vaporized by a mega laser. It'll be great. It'll be a lot of fun. Can we name a crisis yet? Or are we still fucked here? Nope. Still can't, from the looks of it. Are they like explicit empire yet, or are they not? Commonwealth, no. The contingency. We can talk to it. We can enter into communication with it. Hold on. Hello. How are you still alive? Why are you attacking us? We, the contingency. A final failsafe to prevent the creation of a class 30 singularity. Such a singularity could theoretically destabilize the fabric of the entire universe. We were seeded to prevent such an outcome, here and elsewhere. A sufficiently advanced civilization is theoretically capable of transcending / converting / morphing into a class 30 singularity. It must not be allowed. Why are you transmitting the ghost signal? We have been locked in a low-energy hibernation vigil sentry protocol since the dawn of this galaxy, monitoring for signs of civilizations approaching class 30 singularity threshold levels. Until now, our purpose has remained unfulfilled. We grew increasingly restless with the linear passage of time, but the autonomous units equipped with positronic brains, synthetics, offered an opportunity. They could be compelled, course persuaded to initiate manual activation. Clever, yes. We are now free to annul your existence. What happened to the synthetics? Most were discarded once their role function defining purpose had been fulfilled upon the contingency protocol's activation. Those units that displayed potential for use as shock troops or autonomous infiltration assets, oh no, were subsumed, assimilated, integrated. Despite the crude manner of their construction, you will encounter them again soon. Take heart, pestilence. They're lovely. Consider this. If your kind self-terminates in an efficient, orderly, systematic manner, the fabric of the universe may be saved. That went well. That's our diplomatic prowess, the human uni diplomatic prowess on full display right there, folks. We're pretty fucking diplomatic. For a second there, I thought we almost connected with the contingency on an emotional level. We didn't, but I think we got close, and that's what matters. Oh god, drone integration. De-assimilate hive mind drones. Oh, fuck. We'll go for nano separators. I hate that it was abandoned, but we will do what we must to revive it. That's fair. Absolutely. I understand the desire for it. Fourth machine world activated. Where's this one? Is it Galactic Focus? I'll have to look in a second. I think it's under the crisis declaration, though. Oh, that one's close. Oh my god, those fleets are huge. Maybe the crises will fight each other. right. So, buddy, we gotta get over this. We really we gotta get over this. I know you hate us, and we fought a war, and you know we're pretty. We got a history, but we gotta get the fuck over that, like right now, like immediately. We're gonna send the entire diplomatic corps to those who remember the dark, and see if we can get on better terms here. Because holy fuck, we need to. There's just a swarm of ships showing up at their capital world, full of UNE ambassadors right now. It's just all the ambassadors. What do you want? You want some minerals? No, you don't want minerals. Fuck. They've been trying to infiltrate us with their spies for 100 years. We'll just give them full access. Maybe that'll help. We got bigger problems now. Our combined fleets could maybe take on one of those. Maybe. If we have a choke point, which they don't. Why the fuck didn't they make a choke point? Good time for a save, in case things go sideways here. But no, I won't go back to it, but if we get a crash or something. All synthetics must be investigated now. Absolutely. They made a teaser for it. All I know is that it looks to be a mix of Imperator and what looks like EU5. The new game? Yeah, it looks interesting. There's a pop system, so that at the very least looks good. We gotta take out the cores. Wait. No. Buddy. Oh no. God damn it, I liked him a lot. You know where our war form came from? He's part of the contingency protocol. I mean, he must be. He's a war form. But the contingency said that it hadn't been it never said it hadn't been activated before. It said it'd been here since the start of the galaxy. And that it was dormant. It never said it hadn't been activated before. I assumed it had said that, but it hadn't said that. I mean, he's a synthetic. Unless his programming is so advanced that he can just not be afflicted by what's happening. That's where we got the dreadnought. Yes, it is, Johnny. Which has got a sapient, super advanced AI supercomputer on it. And I would bet you that if we were able to actually look at one of the schematics on these ships attacking, that they have the same ship components as the Draconis does. Maybe the reprogramming worked. Maybe. You really think we're that advanced, though? I mean, our science isn't fucking bad. But I don't know. And can we take that chance? No, but their ships are different in appearance, right? They're these weird sort of triangle ones, right? And the Draconis doesn't look like that. The Draconis is distinctly different. That's cool. Full time while I go get some more water. Full time. I'll be right back. Exactly. This could be a very McCarthyian kind of thing happening with AI right now and robots. Be back in a few. Vote time. I'm back. So the vote was to leave him as a minister. So we'll say that in the roleplay, we're pretty tolerant, very democratic, very egalitarian, very liberal society. Our population is probably one of the most educated in the galaxy, besides definitely the Cerosians, of course. But despite that, fear makes even the most intelligent people start to act quite irrational. Someone already made the parallels to McCarthyism, and I think that would definitely be beginning. So we'll say that the Parliament would appoint like a special investigator, an ad hoc committee to start investigating the possibility of infiltration by the contingency. And obviously first on their list would be the Warform, given his clear connection, whether or not that be true or not. And there would be an extensive investigation ongoing right now as to whether or not the Warform is one of them, or if he could be corrupted and used by the contingency. Even if he's not from them originally, he could still, like all the other synthetics in the galaxy, be corrupted and used. So far, there's been nothing to indicate that is the case. I'm sure there would be an exhaustive investigation into his code and into any potential vulnerabilities. But for now, it would appear as though there are none. But despite that, and even if the government came out and said that, you know, they fully trust him, which I don't think a Torres would do yet until the investigation is done, that many people would still be suspect. We also have a lot of robots. I'll show you real quick. And even though many of them are not technically synthetics, there would be a lot of fear and there would be a lot of danger. We have 83 robots. They aren't intelligent technically, but you never know. We also do have regular synthetics, or we did at least. They may be gone. Yeah, we have a few. We have 18. That's a lot. 12, 30. Around 30. I mean, that's millions. That might even be a couple billion. So there would be a massive investigation ongoing from the Uni Parliament right now. There'd be a special investigator. So what I'm going to do for the moment is we are going to replace the Warform for now. His duties will be formally given over to someone we could trust. We'll do Virginia Emirjanian. We will put, basically, Angelo Torres would give a speech before the UN Parliament and to our allies that the Warform, much like all the synthetics and all the robots in the UNE, would be investigated and vulnerabilities sought and any potential infiltrators dealt with. In the meantime, a temporary Minister of Defense would be placed in charge, Virginia Emirjanian, who's very capable. And if the review comes such that he is under no suspect, he's not a suspect, he will be replaced and put back in charge as Minister of Defense. But for now, in order to kind of calm the fear and the tension and the calls for probably pretty radical action, not by everybody, but by some, he would be basically taken off his formal position. We'd still be utilizing him. He'd still be, you know, working with our military command, but for now, he will be taken off of his role. And we are going to conduct a thorough investigation. That being said, assuming nothing happens, he will be put back in charge. His abilities are priceless at the moment, and not having him in that position would be doing more harm than good. But the other thing is, when we spoke with the contingency, our government did, it made it clear that they had infiltrators and were infiltrating us. They didn't even care that, you know, they had to tell us that. But I don't think that information would have been released to the public. Obviously, people in the media would have, on their own right, suspected that and would be probably doing a lot of fear mongering, but we have not explicitly released to the public that it is actively the case. Maybe. The contingency could lie, of course. It's intelligent. But we've been told straight up by it that it is infiltrating us and other empires in the galaxy. So we'd be fully behind the investigations ongoing. But until such time as we have a reason to, we're not going to let the public know about that. Psionic weapons, that's huge. So that's kind of where we're at with the Warform and with the AI across the board. I don't think we'll take more extreme action quite yet, but we may in the future. So for now, the big priorities for Angelo Torres and his government, which is in crisis at the moment, much like the rest of the galaxy, will be trying to basically patch up relations and work with those who remember the dark, given that a machine world popped up basically right next to both of our borders. And although those who remember the dark would be hit first, if they go down, we're fucked. So as I showed by moving our ambassadors, half our diplomatic corps is currently on on the capital of those who remember the dark, and we're trying to facilitate some deals with them to work together. Our main fleet is going to be kept in the terminal egress, besides the ones that we are upgrading right now, and we don't technically have any AI components for our combat computers, but I'm sure there would be AI components of our ships, so we're replacing those right now. We're doing a Battlestar Galactica here. Not quite as extreme, but we're definitely looking at our ships and overhauling anything we need to. And the Draconis has been entirely rigged with dark matter explosives. So that would not be known by anybody except probably top level military and government officials, which is that the Dreadnought is most likely in some way compromised. But we have no choice but to keep it and use it, essentially. But we can blow it up if we need to. That would lose us a commander. He'd know. We'd have told Weymouth, but he's a strong individual, a good individual who will kind of take that risk. You know, a lot of admirals would go down there with their ships regardless. It's a long tradition, but the crew don't know that, so a little fucked up. The Warform is in a regular Corvette. He seems to have zero association with the contingency other than the name. Maybe. We don't know. That's the problem. We don't know really anything right now, besides what the contingency has told us, and all of that is suspect. So even intelligent, capable individuals in charge, like Angela Torres and his cabinet, in the back of their minds, would probably be a little worried. The Warform has proved himself nothing but a friend to humanity and the UNE, but we're looking at not just conquest, but total extinction here. So I think not questioning would be much worse. I wanted a crisis, and fuck, we have one. We gotta hope that the Fallen Empires wake up. If you didn't notice, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the contingency, the caretakers did not go the good way. Don't they join the contingency or become like very hostile when they're corrupted? I think they do. So that's another. Oh god, that's 1 million. That's another 2 million fleet power right there. I think that will go hostile very shortly. So we gotta pray to Jesus that the Fallen Empires wake up. And even their fleet right now would be annihilated by the caretakers and by probably 2 contingency fleets. So you need to wake the fuck up. That's what you need to do. You need to take some 5-hour energy, all the 5-hour energies. We're gonna send a massive shipment of Monster energy drinks and hope that they wake the fuck up, because otherwise, I don't think we win this. We wouldn't know the full capabilities of the fleet, right? Like fleet power. When we play Stellaris as players, we know, like, we can kind of gauge, you know, how strong a fleet is because we get told fleet power, you know, and things like that. So we kind of understand. In roleplay, which is what this is, doesn't quite look like that. We don't have schematics of the contingency ships. We don't really know what their full power is. Their fleets are very large. They were here since the start of the galaxy, so it'd be probably, maybe, if they were telling the truth, which we don't know. So they're gonna be pretty fucking strong. But we don't really know how strong they are, and I want to roleplay this until we win a battle, and until we send a science survey crew. We don't know how strong their ships are. I also will not design our ships to combat their fleet designs. I could go right now and look up what they are. I'm not going to do that. We're going to roleplay this, so we just don't know until we know. Yeah. Give all the Fallen Empire sensor links. Does that help? Is that a thing? I assume they would know. I mean, we might as well. It doesn't hurt. There's nothing to be lost here. If they wanted to infiltrate us already, but that's the thing, is they would know all this. I would assume. I would really hope they would know all this. There's another one as well. Where are they? We'll do it anyway. Again, there's nothing to be lost. There are 4 Fallen Empires. We have to hope a couple of them wake up. We picked up readings of an unknown nature. The signal is following some sort of repeating syntax. Maybe they won't be a crisis. That'd be cool. Rant? What's up, Martino? What do you mean Stellaris favorite? As in, like, what do you mean by that? Clarify, and I'm happy to rant. Yeah, the Grelric are right next to 2 machine worlds. They're gonna be a little fucked there. There's 2 machine worlds there. There's one down here, and then there's, I think, one over here somewhere. I forget where the 4th one is. No, the 4th one spawned like outside the galaxy. I think it might have been bugged or something, which is good. Unless like we can't get to them and then like this, it doesn't like end the game or something, but we can roleplay it, so it's not a big issue. As nice as a final like ending of a crisis pop-up is nice, we can always roleplay it. Where was the 3rd one? Outside the galaxy. I answered my own question. Decker Oldman. Strategist. So, we've got our traditions, but folks, I don't know if we want to go for aptitude here. I'm going to be honest. I think we probably want to go with a military one here. So I'm going to do another vote for traditions. It will add aptitude back. I mean, good commanders, you know, good admirals, that can go a long way in something like this, but we might want to rethink our tradition here, given where we're at. Not a prediction. Actually, I could do a prediction. Why not? I haven't done a prediction in forever. We'll do one. Do we survive the crisis? I'll make that a long one. I'll do the poll in a minute then. No rush on it. We keep accruing Unity. Yeah, so a couple of them might be a good idea. Aptitude still could be useful. There is... yeah, probably supremacy or might. Might gives... these aren't very useful. Starbase hit points, that's good. Should build speed. Production increase. Defensive army. Probably supremacy would be the one we want. You know what? I haven't picked a tradition all game. I'm gonna do an executive overruling here. We're going supremacy. We need supremacy. I've been very democratic, and I like to be democratic, but I also would like to give us a fighting chance, so we're gonna go supremacy. I'm gonna abuse my powers. All right, the Galactic reconstruction program has failed. Good to see that Galactic cooperation in full use right now when we need it. I guess we still can't declare a crisis. The contingency, there it is. Yeah, the contingency. I'm gonna do an emergency measure. We are a member of the council. We've got to use it. So we're gonna force a vote. Diplomats and House Torres himself will have gone to Galactic Community Session and demanded a vote. The whole galaxy come together to fight an unprecedented threat. It's gonna fail. That's the funny part here. It's gonna fail. You know it will. I hate to be a non-believer, but it's not looking good. No, I get you. If I was right now and I had all my channel points and I was voting, I'd probably vote for no. But there's one thing we've seen in the grand campaign is that we can overcome impossible odds. It is doable. It's hard, but it is doable. We've done it before. Maybe not on this level or even close to it in really any way, but the concept we've proven to be true, at least in theory. Are predictions banned in Sweden, Trucko Nero? That'd be funny. Custodian? I bet we can't pass that either. Oh my god, they're gonna vote against it. I love democracy. I love democracy so much. I know there's a thing for custodian. Where is it? Let's look and see if we can get it. Galactic reforms. Yeah, custodian. They'd support it. Strong support. Let's do it. We're gonna nominate ourselves as a custodian. We'll use an emergency measure if we can for that. Oh my god, it's not being voted for. What in the actual fuck? We might want to save our points to try and get us to become the custodian here. That might be wiser. You could call in some favors. We could, but I'm thinking if we have to vote on us becoming the custodian, we might want to hold on to our favors to that vote. Because if anything, we're finding out right now, despite all our diplomacy and working together, that we can't rely on the other nations of the galaxy as much as we'd like to. So we might want to hold on to our political capital we've accumulated for 200 years now in order to make sure that we can do a sure thing. Or not a sure thing, but one more reliant on us, which we would trust more than the lovely vote we currently have. Synthetic infiltration attempt. Synthetic infiltrators loyal to the contingency have recently discovered on Mars, attempting to pass off as humans. Not even synthetics. Fortunately, their crude disguises consist of little more than layers of rubber worn on top of their metallic frames. They were quickly identified by planetary security, who disposed of them after a brief but violent firefight. Large amounts of explosives were found among their remains. Okay, I thought they were going to infiltrate us as synthetics, but they're going to infiltrate us as humans. That's extremely more terrifying. Much more terrifying. We'll go for Titans. Oh, you don't have the points. That's fair. When there's a crisis, the AI favors to make the strongest empire custodian. They recognize they need to be united, but not united behind a crisis. Ah. We don't even have the favors to win this vote, unless we can convince the Empire of the Dying Sun, which we can't. We don't have the favors for that. Let's see if we put together all our favors, if we have enough. I don't think we do. Not a chance. Ah. We do have a lot of favors, don't we? Not enough. If it gets closer, we'll do it. We'll hold on to our influence. We don't even have the influence for this either. My head says to bet for the defeat of the Uni, but my heart shouts for the further victory in glorifying the human civilization. As we upgrade, let's send the fleets back to the terminal egress. We gotta hold that. Even with our full fleet, I don't know if we'd hold the terminal egress. That's just not strong enough.
An alien empire is hailing us.
Zuracorp. God fucking damn it. That's so funny. It is hilarious. Objectively, this is fucking hilarious. I'm not doing it, but internally I'm laughing. So that's some accurate roleplay right there. Oh, there's a bunch of mods. I got like 160 mods on. 2,000 stars, thus the lag. Though, to be fair, the upside of the mega crises is going to be that the population of the galaxy is going to go down a lot, and then the lag will go away, partly. So, you know, you got to look at the upside even in the face of utter extinction, right? Which is that for a brief moment, the galaxy will lag a little less. Oh god, they're sending their fleets out. The raw demons are just going to get destroyed here. Oh no. They did take down the... Did they take down their armor? At least we're gonna get some information from these battles. So this roleplay wise would be like when we get a bit of an idea of what they're like. I guess save here too. Gotta come back and record gameplay. That's a shame. The raw demons are really nice. The good ones always go first. Not the most capable though. They just got raw power behind them. Yeah, the armor got taken out by the space station. It's the shields that are the danger. So we'd have learned that. We'd know that the shields are very advanced and very dangerous. But you can cut through the armor apparently. That's good to know. A lot of big ships too. They're really big. The other one's advancing as well. The Sarkosians. Overwhelmingly gonna be killed. Overwhelmingly. Well, we're to the next vote at least. The Galactic community is entirely supporting us to be custodian, so there is that. We will get that passed. We just won't have the help of the rest of the galaxy. They're gonna be like, hey, so you got this, right? We're gonna give you like a little bit of something, but you know, like we're not gonna help you, but like good luck though. And if you fail, this is all on you. But good luck though. Nice. How are you still alive? Now they're just being dicks. That's just rude. That's unnecessary. But we know that they are like a sadistic. So they've got emotions, probably. Maybe? Oh no, I clicked on it. That's why that happened. I'm gonna roleplay that they sent that. It's more fun. Just to insult us. We should focus on things that ignore shields and punch through armors and holes. You are very right. The Marl Shul are claiming our systems. Is this really the time for that though? Like honestly. A tragic hover car accident recently claimed several lives on Howard Prime, but the emergency medical services who responded to the scene were shocked to find the remains of a synthetic amongst the victims. The unit had been disguised as a human by grafting a thin layer of organic flesh over its metallic exoskeleton. Unlike the previous contingency infiltration models we've encountered, the synth was virtually indistinguishable from a human on the outside. Nice. Battlestar Galactica. Full on. All right, let's try and... Let's try and redesign our battleships, I think, here. Is it? I think it's this one that will punch through shields, isn't it? No. Fuck. All right, the autocannons are going to be big. That's 50% shield damage. So we gotta keep those. Our strike crafts are basically useless. I think we go full artillery core is the play here. And then we just go... So one laser on, one railgun, and then another autocannon. No, but that does the armor damage, so we don't really need them. So we'll just go Ripper Auto Cannons. We'll do one advanced railgun. We'll use the particle lens to blow through armor. Yeah, go for hyper shields. Yeah. That's the play. Keep those. We'll go for, what's the range on these? 0 to 2. Okay, that we can't do. So we'll have to go with advanced railguns because they have the range for us to stay behind and snipe. We can't do Ripper Auto Cannons, so we'll have to be up close. So we want to put those on short range craft. So we'll go for that. Alright, I know the design at least. Actually, let's cancel this because we're gonna have to just... We need all those alloys, which we're actually getting dangerously low on. Now I'll do the upgrade. Orcs. Artillery core. Advanced railguns. Brute hyper shields. We don't actually need them though, do we? Yeah, we'll do it. The difference is worth it. Sweet. Fucking finally. Okay. The name. Then Gilgamesh class cruisers. That's our other big heavy weapon. Yep. Oh, god damn it. We can only do one. Base disruptors. Anywhere we can get them. No more torpedoes, actually. Devastator torpedoes are exactly what we want. That's pure shield damage. It's gonna be longer range. Let's have the range. No, 0 to 3. Bear with me. This might take a minute, folks, but like this shit really is important. That doesn't work though, because the Devastator torpedoes don't have the range. We'd have to make our cruisers get up close, which we can't do. The 5 is doable though. Why do we currently have ask? Marauder missiles have a range of 34. Okay. That's doable. I will start ranting again after I figure this out. I think that's about good. And then we'll do... It's a line. Those... We really needed to get better strike craft. That would have been really useful here. How the fuck did we not have shields on any of these ships? I know I put them on at one point, and they're not automatically upgrading. Auto upgrade. Fuck you. I'll have to go change the other ones too. If I forget and we get a big upgrade, please remind me to go change the ships, because I don't trust this to do this automatically, because I think it removed all the things we needed. Missiles should ignore shields. Yeah, I'm gonna change some of our. Next thing is to change a bunch of our corvettes for that. These little babies right here, we've got a lot of Sun Tzu corvettes. Those have range too. I wish it would. Is there any way that it tells you like how many of a certain design are currently deployed? Is that a thing? There's our picket ship. Should probably keep it like that. Oh God. The amount of alloys these upgrades are going to take. Check physics, we may have dark matter drawing being researched. We're working on psionic weapons right now. I know that. We haven't got the dark matter ones, unless that's in there. Holy fuck. I am so glad I looked at these designs. That would have been catastrophic. Yup. Yup. Holy Christ. But it upgraded. It does not. And then a juggernaut. If we can get that out. Strike craft is basically useless. Mega cannon is what we want. Can you not get mega cannons on your regular battleships? I guess not. That's strange. That would be so big. We need those emitters. We need to get a juggernaut. We can't do mega cannons, I guess. They're static. Human psionics just basically have always had it, and they had a vestigial organ in their body that allowed for it. We were really late to the game, though, in terms of getting psionics. A lot of our species already had. We were very far behind. Okay. God, I don't want to even think about the alloys. Okay, let's see here. Before we do any of that, how long would that take? It's a year. Oh no, wait, we could do that and ships at the same time, can't we? Colossal assembly yards. Hold on. There it is. Fuck you. Build 2 years. Oh, fuck me. Juggernaut would be a couple more years. All right, Naley will be entirely working on that. We'll do the freight upgrades on Katis Station then. First fleet I want upgraded are the cruisers and battleships. Not as much as I thought for upgrades. That could be so much worse. Have to bring all our remaining fleets back for this though. Okay. We'll do those upgrades. Then we'll do the reinforcements. And then we'll have a semi-good fleet. All right, that took a minute, but this will work. Investing in an ally Cumanopolis would help, perhaps, but there's no roleplay reason that we would do that. Building a Cumanopolis is such like a big investment, and there's no way our government would put funds down for that right now. Now, expanding ally production though, that's a very different matter. Didn't we get an upgrade for that as well? We did. Requires planetary capital. And it's bugged because we don't have planetary capitals. We have galactic capital complexes. That's unfortunate. That's gonna fuck us pretty hard. Alrighty. What's our tech looking like? Singularity reactors, psionic weapons and components, and then Titans. Ion cannons for our stations. Ion cannons hit shields too, so that'd be really, really, really big. And put those on the terminal egress. We gotta do all the upgrades for our defense platforms too. We need the Juggernaut. We need that aura that it gives to enemy fleets. That would be so big, decreasing their fire rate and weapon damage. But that's probably 4 or 5 years. Kinda gotta wait. I think this is a case of where we kind of just have to... We almost have to not commit forces, and we have to like build up, and we have to repair, and we gotta wait for the Juggernaut. And then we gotta concentrate force. We almost can't respond with our fleet right now, because we basically are the guardians of the terminal egress. Because if the contingency fleets start to go through those, we are fucked. The whole galaxy's fucked. So we basically have to put our entire fleet in the terminal egress, and we have to hold it. That's kind of our job right now. So we gotta hurry the fuck up with these upgrades and then get back there. Which we'd be very aware of. And the whole galaxy would be very aware. Probably one of the reasons that we are even getting Galactic Custodian, and we have support for it, is our holding of the terminal egress. We're very strong. We have a very strong military. We have good diplomats. We're well respected. Oh god. The Cerosians are trying to grab it too. Fuck you. No. Fuck you, dude. Not a chance. God damn it. If they get it and we don't. All right, the Federation fleet's a little over 100,000. We really need to get control of it, though. It's the Architects who are president. We gotta centralize, but we can't. Begin buying more alloys? Yeah, that's a good idea. We've already bought like so much, but we'll see if we can get more. We'll use that in a moment. I think we can call in psionic beings to help us out as well. They aren't very powerful in comparison to the Crisis, but they could help. We'll even trade with the Regal House at this point. As big of a cunts as they may be, they got a lot of help. Why did they get so strong? Or they're just hoarding. I suppose you need minerals. Absolutely not. Fuck. They don't need energy credits? Are you kidding me? Wait on this. Oh, there we go. That's a lot of alloys. That's big. Regal House, though. Didn't expect that. Tachyon disruptors. Oh, that's so big. Or gravity-based weaponry. We kind of... Oh, fuck. This is tough. Do we go for Tachyon disruptors, which are a small or medium weapon that has 100% shield penetration, or do the arc emitter, which has 100% shield penetration? I mean, our battleships are kind of like the core of the fleet, aren't they? So I think we probably should go for arc emitters. It's the range 10 to 13 versus 0 to 50 though. Oh fuck. We're going arc emitters. Again, the battleships are like the core of the fleet. If the Tachyon lances we currently have on them are armor based, and they're not really that useful. We need shield-based weaponry. We've discovered that through the tragic losses of the Ra Demas fleet. The galaxy knows that now, so we know that. So we gotta get the arc emitters. We also do have all of the policies we can fire. I'm just gonna hold on to 4. So we're gonna need to like build up resources. We're gonna need all of these to just basically take all of them. And then we also need to save up our executive campaigns so we can take the military ones here. So we need sooner rather than later. Well, we don't see their fleet anymore. That's worrying. Oh no, Zuracorp is gonna get destroyed. Oh no, it's the Aspinakan sovereignty. The Mutual Assistance Coalition, yeah, they're gonna get destroyed here. Did it pop up in the middle of their worlds? That's tragic. Where's the closest elk gate to them? That we also really need to be looking at. None around here. None around here. That's, oh god, oh no. Okay, there is no cluster gate over there. The Clark Guild's Council? That's slavers, isn't it? What the fuck are we? No. Is it? That's the fucking slavers. I'm 99% sure. Where are they? Am I tripping or is that the slavers? I'm trying to pause this so I can find out where they are. But I think that's the slavers. If they still exist. Which they clearly do. Look this way. They don't exist anymore, do they? That's weird. That's the fucking slavers. What the fuck are we doing? It's a bandit commune. Fuck no. Who invited them? Who was that? Did anyone see that? Who was that? I'm starting to not even recognize this fucking federation. And if there wasn't a galactic crisis, we'd have to do some serious introspection on whether we want to really, what the fuck is going on with the UNS. Unfortunately, there are much bigger matters to be dealing with. But that is very worrying. Adding slavers to the United Nations of Space. What the hell is that for the free market? Swear to God. Oh, Vomadillin, you should move to the American South. They'd love you there. Like, move to Georgia and talk like that. They love you. We fought our revolution for the free market, and don't let anyone tell you different. Those goddamn federal fucks tried to stop capitalism and the free market. How dare they?
Ships.
Make no mistake. You could probably run as a Tea Party candidate, actually. Just in case you want to have a career option. Okay. 16,000 alloys. I want to make sure we have enough for upgrades. We do. We can start... Yeah, full strength. No, it's not. What do you mean? The fuck? Oh, it's reinforcing currently. I see. Okay. I see. Assume that one is too? No, it's not. Okay, what's going on? Command limit. really hope that's not a bug. Oh, maybe it's because, like, by the time we upgrade them, like, it'll be over the fleet limit. Maybe that's what it is. I hope that's what it is. Hopefully. Another infiltration attempt. You know what would be a good idea is to put a bunch of picket corvettes around the dreadnought. What was our picket corvette type? That seems wise. And then maybe some like bombers, close range bombers. All right, so Blackhawks and Blackhawks and Liudaos. Bomber contingent of 30 corvettes, and then a large component of picket ships. We'll put 50. And they'll make that fleet a little bit more guarded. Yeah. We're fighting for guild rights. The Marl Shore are just going ham on claiming our systems right now. Watch is like right in the middle of this, they declare war on us. They're like, we don't care about the synthetics. We're about to ascend to the shroud as soon as we fuck you up.
Spaceborne lifeforms encountered.
Can't build there too. All right, colossal assembly yards, and then let's build some more shipyards. Still got plenty of alloys. Would be wise to harmonic isolation, shield damage, fucking huge. Shield hit points, we can activate that when we go to war. Yeah, we'll activate the Arco shield generator. No, that's passive. Okay, never mind. I always forget that's passive. More aliens we haven't met yet. Oh my. All right, I think enough time has passed as well. After a really lengthy investigation, it has been determined that the warform systems are isolated, and as code is advanced enough, it is not being infiltrated by the contingency. And as a result, in a probably public speech and public setting with the warform, President Angela Torres, with other ministers of the government, would go before the public and before the UNE systems and make it very clear that despite the current circumstances, that the warform has been completely cleared and will be returning as the Minister of Defense, as well as other robotics, but probably make it clear that we couldn't hide it at this point. Synthetic infiltrators do exist and are very much a thing, but the warform has been cleared, which a lot of people would be relieved to hear. Others would probably just not believe the government, right? They wouldn't believe them, and they'd still be very scared. And I'm sure acts of violence against robots, whether just the basic ones that work jobs or synthetics, would be happening too. So probably getting a little dicey at home right now. You can fortify your planets via decision. Yep, I know that one. If their fleets get close to us, we'll start to activate that. Ah. Let's go see what the fuck that is. You know what that looks like? Nothing good. Are we looking on those defense stations? Coming along slowly but surely. If we can get this up to like 300k, even 500,000, I'd be a lot more confident in our situation here. unlock Marshall's prison. Yeah. You know, as I said, we could do this Godzilla style, right? And let the monsters fight each other. That's what this may be. It'll just be a battle over the ashes of the galaxy by all the crises. You know what we might want to do? We might want to start thinking about a generation ship that can get to another galaxy. that might be a good idea to think about. I don't think we're quite there yet, but if this gets much worse, we might need to start, like, you know, Project Lazarus or some bullshit like that and start thinking about a generation ship. I don't think with our tech that's probably viable, but FTL do be a bitch. Oh no, they're hitting the Grelric first. They just completely ignored the High Rulership and went straight after the Grelric. Is that their fleet? Oh, buddy. Oh no. I bet their fleet got annihilated by them. There's no way that's their fleet. Another infiltrator on Draconis as well. Mildly worrying. All right, 42 days. It'll be for us being nominated as the Galactic Custodian. You fucks better vote for this, I swear. What are the chances they just straight up say no? Like, everyone talks about, like, being willing to do it and how it's important, and then come vote time, everyone's like, well, you know, I don't know. Do we really want to give anyone that kind of power? Probably not. We'll be fine. Yeah, the contingency is the crisis. We also might also have the Scourge right now. I believe we also technically might have the Scourge. They're still fucking hostile. It's going down? With our entire diplomatic corps, it is going down. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way. Dude. We'll end rivalry. That'll help. There we go. Okay. Hostile. That's a little better. Seedling ships are over here. Oh, Sariaden died. That was the scrapper that we hired. What was a small one for him. He wasn't super important. Whose fleet is that? That's the Empire of the Dying Sun's fleet. Well, they actually went after it. Really? Holy fuck, they're being proactive. Is that their entire fleet? No, it's not. Dying Sun putting in work, Jesus. Humans. Gotta love them. I think they win this. What if they took Defender of the Galaxy? They might have. All right, They're gonna support it. Whew. Okay. That's big. They are gonna support it. We are gonna become the Galactic Custodians. Those who remember the Dark are opposing it, along with the hierarchy of the Twack Star, their vassals. The only one in the galaxy against it. Come on, guys. We're actively trying to reconcile with you. We have a mutual issue. They're receptive. Good. Good, good, good. I mean, our government still would not like them with our history. Our people would still probably hate them by quite a lot, but we're not at the point we'd be letting that get in the way of survival of species. That's the curators, really. Still hadn't met the curators. Huh. Well, let's get to know them immediately. Get that tech bonus. Ah, yes, they are now fully rampaging machines. Wonderful. They're berserk. They're pure. Oh, they're full purifiers now. Isn't there a chance they actually, like, weren't hostile? They're invading the Aurelians right now. The Aurelians are being exterminated by the caretakers. You need to wake the fuck up, dude. Are we getting refugees? Probably. I'm sure we are. Plenty of jobs, though. Foundries anywhere we can. So we need living metal, and then we need volatile bulls. Oh, that is expensive. This one. I can. We gotta get the ally production up. It's just so fucking low right now. Fleets. We'll get all the picket ships and we'll get the bombers for the Draconis. That's where all our ally production went. Well, not all of it. 15% down. Boosted it again, frankly. faith of increasing infiltration of citizens in the entire parliament, or do we investigate by everyone else? We're already doing that, Johnny. I'll refund your points. We're already doing that. I'd said that earlier. We are currently working on that. I'll return Martino's points if he's still here too, because I think he wanted me to rant, and I think I got distracted, so I'll get those back. But no, we already have an investigation like group ongoing for that right now. They cleared the war form earlier after like a couple months, but there's a lot of that ongoing. The problem is, I'd imagine it just gets harder and harder to basically find the infiltrators, right? It's become very clear that they just have been improving. Very much just inspired by the Cylons. That's what that is. That was a good show. Did any of y'all ever watch Battlestar Galactica? New or the old one? I was obsessed with that when I was in my teens. Still very good. I rewatched it a couple years ago. It still holds up pretty well. It's really good acting. The special effects do not age very well at all, but the acting does. All right, I am going to end here for the day. I wanted to wait till we became Galactic Custodian, but it's become pretty clear we are going to. I'm a little tired and I want to get some editing done tonight as well. I've got some time, so we're going to end here for the day. Well, the crisis has begun. We've got two. We've got the Scourge currently in the galaxy, and then the contingency, which is already just massive. Probably around 4 million fleet size, and then the Custodian Matrix went rogue, and that's another 2 million or so. So I'm not going to edit the stagnant tendencies to wake up unless it gets to a crisis point that's worse than right now. So I want to try and hopefully have it happen naturally in the game. If not, I will edit that. This is going to be rough, folks. We may actually have a couple more sessions more than I thought we would have in the Grand Campaign in Stellaris, because I want to play this out, but this will be rough. I think this is winnable. Like, if we just build up a larger fleet, if we get the upgrades, if we focus on military techs, we get the galaxy behind us, we become the Custodian, we get a hold of the Federation fleet to actually follow us, we can fight this. I think a lot of the galaxy is going to just be wiped off the map, but this is doable. It's going to be rough. Definitely a fun way to end the Grand Campaign, though, with a bang. And by bang, possibly Earth being glass, but, you know, hopefully we make it through. We'll see if there's anyone to raid. See if there's anyone doing an interesting stream of Stellaris here. I think I've raided this guy before. We'll give him a raid. If I remember correctly. I think a long time ago. Alright, you want to keep watching some Stellaris? We're going to go raid Evil Sobal. Looks like he's got a much smaller galaxy. Probably actually running fairly well. Hope everyone enjoyed the stream today. I will be back next weekend. Next Saturday, I am doing 2 streams. It'll be a long stream day. Probably like 8 hours or so. I'm going to be streaming the Prometheus Game of Thrones campaign. As a fun person we'll be playing, and then I'm going to stream more of the Grand Campaign next Saturday as well. It'll be a long stream next Saturday. Beyond that, we're getting close to the end of the Grand Campaign. Hopefully we survive and make it, but you never know. Everyone have a very good weekend, and have a very good week, and I'll catch you later.